人とさえ満たさない星粒、静かの海を見上げた夜、今は二人歩き出すこのストーリー、指先でなぞった誰かの夢の輪郭、 You already know the meaning、 そのために大きいこの空の向こう側で僕を見つめている、怖いほどに優しい視線、ここで交わしたかけがえのない一つの約束は闇を照らすように導く、そんな世界線、特別なこの場所、届きそうな輝きも手を出せば消えそうで、ためらうその背中をしてくれたのはバラバラのかけらたち、拾い集めてつながった過去と未来のストーリー、終わりが始まりに始まりは夢へと続き、小さな光は果てしなく広がってゆくから、走り出した新しい物語 人とさえ満たさない星粒静かの海を見上げた夜今わずかに歩き出すこのストーリー指先でなぞった誰かの夢の輪郭 You already know the meaning そのために大きいこの空の向こう側で僕を見つめている怖いほどに優しい視線ここで交わしたかけがえのない一つの約束は闇を照らすように導くそんな世界線特別なこの場所届きそうな輝きも手を出せば消えそうでためらうその背中をしてくれたのはバラバラのかけらたち拾い集めてつながった過去と未来のストーリー終わりが始まりに始まりは夢へと続き小さな光は果てしなく広がってゆくから走り出した新しい物語
I've been patient. I don't feel like waiting the 2 whole minutes. The timer isn't even up, so there's nothing stopping me. You guys can't make me. But hello! It seems like the consensus on the Discord for the poll that I put up is that whether or not you think we'll actually end up completing Phase 9, you want me to. So you know what? I'm gonna do my best, because I also want to. I hope I don't regret that decision later, but I do want to, so I'm gonna try. I'm not gonna promise anything though, because fatigue over. So I made sure to get my notes handy for what to do for Phase 9, and it's very, very exciting. It's just, you may encounter a bad end. If you do, go back and pick opposite of choice. If you don't get it, go back and get it. That's it. That's all the guide has to offer for Phase 9. That is literally all that is offered. My notes, my robotics notes. Listen here, you. Listen here, you. I'm the one that's supposed to be funny. Also, no one got first yet. That's kind of impressive. Fight. Fight for first. Or not. Never mind. It won't let you. I see. That's why no one claimed first again. Has it been too soon since my last stream? Well, if I was aware of that... Okay, well, hang on. I can fix this. Last time it was Peachy, so... I guess it extends over. You did earlier? You thought you did? Oh, maybe I didn't notice. I got distracted by you resubbing. I can scroll up, maybe. I know you did it earlier today. Yeah, no. You did do it for Helios, Mahoyaku. But this time it was just the resub. You didn't claim first. Or no, you did. Never mind. It was after Seribot said things, and then you did your daily offering. Yeah, okay. I missed it. Barks? Bark, 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 bark. Freaking Mer barking at me in Mahoyaku. Anyways. Distractions aside, it is time to start Phase 9. I don't know what to expect. I genuinely do not. Once again, all the guide has to offer is there's a bad ending. If you get it, pick the opposite of what you did before. If you don't get it, go back and get the bad ending. That's it. That's the guide for this one. So, needless to say, I don't know what to fucking expect. Get out of here, cursor. Guide sounds so helpful. I mean, yes, actually, genuinely, the guide has been very helpful. However, comma. Sylvie, interesting. I really love giant robots. Exosphere Breaker. Akiho POV. I guess that confirms it's gonna be Akiho, I think. Oh boy, Gunpla. Which do you prefer? The white one or the red one? Oh, is this the choice? Or never mind. After some intense deliberation, I chose the red one. It was the first plastic model that my dad ever bought for me. The red one. Saku's red master grade model. Oh, damn, that was her first master grade. And of course, Big Sis chose the original Gundam. I was only 5 or 6 back then. I was gonna buy one robot model each for Big Sis and me. But unlike my sister, I knew next to nothing about all the different kinds of robots back then. When Dad asked me if I wanted the white one or the red one, I said the red one on a whim. And so Big Sis ended up with the white one, letting out a triumphant cry of, "Nicely done, Aki." The white one is the hero's mech, and it's more popular and taller and looks cooler, but I didn't find that out until later. To me, they were both cool. I was just happy that Dad bought them for us at all. It was almost certainly Dad's fault that I ended up turning into the kindergartner that I was. When we got home, Dad built the plastic models for us. He built them. Okay, understandable. That makes more sense than a 5 or 6-year-old making a master grade. He figured that Mom would definitely complain if he bought them for himself, so he used his kids as an excuse. Fair. He looked thrilled as he put together Big Sis's Gunbum and my Zaku. Is there supposed to be no music right now? A few months later, and us sisters had become hooked on playing with plastic models. We were obsessed with them, even though they weren't exactly girly. Okay, yeah, there is definitely not supposed to be any music right now. Thank you, Menu, for the sanity check. Every time we played together, it would always end the same exact way since Big Sis would enforce her own made-up rules I can read. Boom! Psh, the red one is super fast. I'm the best Gunbuild pilot there is. I'm the best of the best. Yeah, you guys got the idea. I told you can't use your beam, Aki. Only Gunbum can use the beam. Pew! Headshot. What? No fair. It totally is. You can move 3 times faster than I can. I want to win sometimes too. No, listen, Aki. Justice always prevails. That's just fate. Never forget that. Justice always prevails. That's so cool. Okay, Big Sis. I'll never, ever, ever forget it. The white Big Sis stood before me, my Gunbum in hand, shining bright with triumphant light. It was so incredibly cool. This is how I learned about the rules of victory. And the tragic beauty that was that person's, the pilot of the red machine's fall. I'd argue that those play sessions ultimately defined who I am today. It's where me, Big Sis, and the Robotics Club began. So, hey, Big Sis. You better wait for me. I'm right on your tail. I opened the curtains vigorously. The gentle sunlight of the early spring pours into my room. Why can't I fucking read? I look upon the many plastic models and figures that decorate my room one by one. Zaku is 3 times faster than other Zaku 2s. You still think it's faster than Gramps, but you don't think there are any canon solid numbers on any of this. I mean, does it matter? You're critiquing literal child's play. You're critiquing literal child's play. Spooky. The very first Zaku and Gunbum that Dad bought for us that day are still safely stored here. Those small plastic models are where our journey began. And now, at long last, we finally achieved our dreams with our 8-meter-high giant robot. Alright, let's get going. For today. Today is Gunbuild 2's first test run. I feel like we skipped some steps between, last time and now. Time-wise, yeah, it's now the middle of January. Officially 2020. Woo. Anyways, you have a tip. Zaku, fictional, a mass-produced enemy robot that appears on Mobile Jackie Gunbum. It comes in a multitude of variations, such as the generic, mass-produced model, the red model that moves 3 times faster, and several others. And the sky is clear and blue. The crisp winter weather isn't too bad. The exam takers should be faced first in their entrance exams at Kagoshima University right about now. As for me, I ended up spending New Year's without having chosen my post-graduation career path. Post-grad unemployment is pretty much a given now. Needless to say, my parents really got on my ass about it at the end of the year. Surprisingly, once I go to Tokyo for the expo, I don't think I'd mind setting up camp over there. Things will work out fine even if I don't go on to college. Nah, even though I'm probably being naive. Hi, what are you daydreaming about? Oh look, all those twips. To ignore Akiko with. Less than a month till the expo! Everyone has to be there today. That's an order. Fraubo too. But I refuse. Yeah. I'm looking forward to it. We have an emergency meeting in the morning today. I'm so hyped right now. It's finally done. They really did it in such a short amount of time. Kids these days. It's been 8 years. My dream of being the first president of the club was fulfilled in my second year after being a supervisor. I helped raise the current members. Way to go, first president. Well, I'm gonna be late to the meeting. Oh no. Moving steady to Expo opening. Giant 2 by Renault from France is the first one to arrive. Am I gonna see Giant 2 in person? This is exciting. Hurry up and open the Expo. It's literally a super robot war, with no fighting lol. I mean, more than 10 robots are gathering in a diabug, right? It's the first time in history. It's the generation that watched mecha anime. I can't keep my cool. I wanna see Prince X by Toyota, yeah. Okay. Don't be all jolly. The capital is still not fully back up from the solar storm. We shouldn't be doing an expo right now. If we had money, it should be used for repairs. You're showing a pretty side by talking about the Robot Expo and whatnot, but the number of homeless people in Tokyo is at its highest in history. How do you explain that, Mr. Governor? There are more robots recently, right? Aqualiner is opening, but it's not run by robots too, right? The number of robots are increasing, but at the same time real robots are getting destroyed too. When I hear things like that, I picture Tokyo's peace and order getting worse. How's it going? I live in the city, but it hasn't changed much. I feel that if it'd been worse, the city would be at its end. It still has a calm look to it. There's still a lot of people out at night. Is it really okay to open the expo like this? Hi, Takumi. This is an article from a while back, but I heard a little girl who was in a coma for 10 years was recently discovered. My delusions are running wild. Of course they are. I mean, if cold sleep becomes common, you could legally marrying a younger girl, right? Takumi, stop. Come on, am I wrong? Yes. If you freeze a 10-year-old girl for 10 years, you get a 20-year-old dolly because her body stops growing. Holy shit, it's over the 3D revolution. It's the dawn of 3D. Okay, yes, please punt Takumi into the sun. Thank you. A lightning fast new Hershey is preaching about dreams for an otaku, and I absolutely agree. Legal lolly is the utopia that all men, all warriors strive for. Everyone knows that. No one will be able to judge you anymore. Dario, please. What? Why would I ever lay hands on my own daughter? Because you're being a lolicon. She's my angel. I won't let anyone touch her. I won't allow any dirty hands to touch her. At least you're a good dad, but shit, dude. Guys just date short petite women, God. Ugh. Wait, but that doesn't mean me too? I have dirty hands. What do? That means I can't have my relaxing bath time with my daughter anymore. No! Oh, daughter. Neidhart and Dash, could you not? If you're gonna continue spewing out your nonsensical delusions, I will crack your heads open and jam electrodes in there. I can't believe you're both still acting like this at your ages. Yes, thank you, Kurisu. I think it'll take a while until a cold sleep machine would be available. The biggest risk comes when you detoast. Ha, it's defrost. Screwed up horse. I think it's possible to place someone in cold sleep with recent scientific advancements, but the hard part is thawing. You would have to do human experimentation to find out what kind of results you get. Detoast is adorable, yes. I'm pretty sure if you went to recruit test subjects, there'd be tons all around the world. I think it's tech that's really desired, but scientists have morals and refuse to move forward with the tech because of that. Is it the same as blasphemy? Yeah, blaspheming God. Okay. Besides, if the source is Sports Tokyo, it's likely 99% fake. I mean, the tester was a beautiful little girl. Stuff like this isn't a fairy tale or some otaku's delusions. You know? QED, whatever the fuck that means. It's nice having Kurisu here, especially since, yeah, you did that. Kai, what are you daydreaming about? Nakihiko comes up beside me and peeks at my face. Despite being in the same hot water as I am, Madam President over here is totally cool and collected. Or she's probably just not thinking about it. I'm guessing she's too focused on the robot to be worried about anything else. And I'm just thinking about how it's the perfect temperature outside today. So, did you park your scooter? Yep, today's our first test run, so it's finally your time to shine, Kai. Good luck! You do realize I haven't seen Model 2 in its completed form yet, right? No worries, you'll get to see him as much as you want today. Looks aside, Gobil 1 doesn't even come close when it comes to performance. You're gonna get hyped too, Kai. I guarantee it. QED is Latin for Quod Erat Demonstrum, which I purposely butchered, so have fun with that, Peachy. Or which was to be demonstrated. It's often used online to signify that the author's overall argument has just been proven. Ah, I see. Nakihiko's in a really good mood today. You know this because of the song Oswald. Ah, I see. She's clearly confident about how Model 2 turned out. Are we gonna have to deal with another huge crowd for the test run? Nope, not this time. It looks like Mr. Candy learned his lesson after what happened last time. He wants to reveal Gumball 2 to the public only after we've confirmed that it runs properly. As you should have in the first place, yes. You guess QED is kind of like a mic drop? Yeah, I guess, yeah, just really fancy for no real reason. She's referring to the president of Space Candy, Mr. Nagafukata Sumio. Nakihiko calls him Mr. Candy for short. Plus, I don't think anyone's willing to come all the way out to the edge of the island just to get a look. We arrive at the entrance to the building to find Juno and Frau waiting for us. Yoshio-kun, Akihiko-chan, good morning. Juno nods her head, untroubled expression on her face. Frau's clinging to Juno's legs. She looks pale as a ghost. Kona-chan, are you feeling okay? She must have gotten carsick from Mr. Nagafukata's driving. Yeah, that makes sense. Understandable, have a nice day. Juno points to the Thunder Emperor parked near the gate. Michi's sitting in the driver's seat with the window open so that all may hear his outrageous snores. I'm gonna puke. That shitty advisor and his reckless driving. Lol. Wait, this is no laughing matter. Bleh. Poor Frau. Didn't I tell you that riding with Michi was effectively suicide? Frau got a taste of Michi's driving the very day she moved here. She really needs to hurry up and get a scooter license. Where's Subaru? Oh, he's already inside. I think he came an hour early. Holy moly. He's pretty serious about this. I'm impressed. It's originally an academic term to indicate that a math-proof, philosophical argument, etc. is ended, like a full stop for your full stop, ergo the fancy use of Latin. Okay. Kai, how about you learn a thing or two from him? Is that a request? Huh? Akio immediately realizes what I'm getting at. The expression on her face screaming, "Oh crap." In that case, you'll have to beat. Forget it. Jun, Frabo, let's move. Akio grabs Jun and Frau by the hands and pulls them inside the building. Yoink. Boo. Coward. Granted, she knows better than anyone how that would go. In that sense, she made the right choice. Actually, I wonder if Naya-san is here today. I'd love to get a Saturn if possible. Model 2 isn't at the top of my list of priorities. I'll just leave Michi in the car. Wow, it's foot. Oh, now it's body. Okay, whoa. As soon as I enter the building, I'm up with the blast of cool air and completely finished giant robot. I'm sorry with the face. Ta-da! Say hello to Gumbill Project Prototype Model 2. Gumbill 2 for short. Wow, this is nuts. It's just a picture of Gunbarrel's face right on top. It's taking me out, man. It honestly feels like Model 2 just kind of popped out of nowhere, since I had little to do with the construction. And that being said, I did see the process unfold to a certain extent, I suppose. Assembly of Model 2 ramped up toward the end of last year. Its appearance practically oozes with the personality of its designer, Subaru. It definitely loses out to Model 1 in terms of charm and impact. The first thing that pops out is how slim the body is. I mean, just look at the legs. There are open spaces in the shins. A complete 180 from Model 1's thick-ass legs. Plus, it just overall feels more robotic, if that makes any sense. Unlike any kind of decorative additions, like it was assembled with only the most necessary of parts. Basically, it looks like a robot for industrial use, not one you'd see in an anime. It does have a head, but only so that it can hold an omnidirectional camera and sensors. It has no face. What's that paper-looking thing attached to the head? Stuck to Model's 2 boorish rectangular head is a piece of paper with something that looks like a face on it. It's a face, duh. Face. Come on, Kai, use your eyes. Also, it's not paper, it's cloth. Damn, budget. That face is the modest symbol of my resistance. For whatever reason, Akio starts to pout. And the dog started to bark. Subaru wouldn't agree to putting anything on the face like horns or eyes. I asked if you could at least stick a star on its forehead. I mean, that star is basically Gunbarrel's symbol. You get that, right? Nope, not at all. So you should really be asking someone familiar with Gunbarrel, aka not me. And he still said no. It looks pretty cheap. I know, right? The Model 1 was way worse. Lucky Hope glares at me, but I let her eye lasers bounce right off of me. No one's gonna think a face like that is cute. Who cares what they think? Subaru appears from the back room. He walks over to us and bows his head in the most half-assed way possible. Good morning. So, do you still intend on engaging in yet another unproductive debate? What debate? Whether to build a face or not. She asked me about it for an entire day. She would. Yeah, I feel you. Naoki-chan's really particular about that type of thing. She went on and on about how a robot's face is the most important part or something. Total nonsense if you ask me. Besides, I've been saying from the beginning that we should stop using Gun Barrel as the base model. Why? Yashio-senpai, I assume you all the blah blah blah. I assume you know all about the scandal that occurred around summer of last year. You must be well aware of how much Gun Barrel is being scrutinized these days. Oh, that. I'm not sure if it's a good idea to talk about the final episode in front of Frau or not. The subject's pretty delicate. The contents of the leaked episode, as well as the reveal that 13 staff members had mysteriously died, not to mention Kurogori Minami's message, had blah blah. The Gun Barrel scandal continues to be debated across the entire world. Subaru is not mistaken that this is the worst possible time to model an expo robot after Gun Barrel. But... we can't give up Gun Barrel. I'm not budging on this. Maybe Akio would say that. Besides, I don't have any other 3D models besides Gun Barrel. Yes, I'm fully aware. That's why I understand there's nothing we can do about that. But a robot's face is not the most important part. Its performance and capabilities are. You're wrong, Subaru. Appearance is more important than performance, especially in the case of bipedal robots. Otherwise, there's no point in building them in such an inefficient form. Certainly a face is needed for communication purposes, but that's only after the robot itself is functional. Besides, there was no face during the design phase. You can't just bring this up at the very end. Plus, if you look at a Model 2 through Euro, you can see Gun Barrel in his face just fine. Isn't that enough? But don't you think Model 2's cuteness levels are at an unacceptable low? Sure, Gumball 1 had really fat legs and wasn't very functional, but he at least had a sense of charm to him. And that's why I'm saying a robot's face is so important. Hey, you think so too, don't you, Jun? Oh, me? Juno is flustered at the sudden cue to speak. Way to put her on the spot. Yeah, maybe. Maybe. Don't tell me you actually agree with Press Daitoku-senpai. Juna fidgets for a bit before decisively looking up.
私も
I think, it should be cute too.
いいと思う。その方が
In that way,
思い
it's easier for people to get emotionally attached to it. Wow, not bad for an introvert, Juno. I don't think she's ever expressed her opinion to Subaru so concisely before. What about you, Furugori?
割とどうでもいい。
I don't care. Well, and you, Yashio-senpai? I prefer performance out of the two. Character performance is key if you want to reach the top of the leaderboard. Choosing a lower tier character doesn't make you special or strong, it just makes you a masochist. 2 votes each, 1 abstaining. Looks like a deadlock. At the end of the day, this debate revolves around how each of us views robots and our deals about them. Can you say it's up to personal preference? Sure, that's one way of putting it. This is a debate that's been going on ever since I joined. This is before I even joined the Robotics Club. Arguing about it now won't get us anywhere. True, it won't. He has a point. Neither of them plan to back down even after the slightest bit, rather. We discussed the face and came to an agreement early on. We'll have to make do with that. I compromised even though I didn't wish to. And that face cloth is supposed to be a compromise. Besides, I've dismantled your arguments time and time again. How can you still disagree with me in despite of this, Prez? Can you even form a single logical argument against my position? If so, I'm all ears. I got one for you, Subaru. What performance difference does adding a little bit of a cute face make? Because as far as I'm aware, it shouldn't make a difference. Grr. You big jerk! What? Hey, don't take it out on me. She messed up my hair. Again. You gotta agree with Akio here. Like, at least for you, when you think of Gundam, you definitely have the helmet/faces in mind. Yeah, like, they could just get some, like, decals or something at the bare minimum, you know? Why didn't she attack Subaru? It had absolutely nothing to do with any of this. I don't have a rebuttal, so let's get this test started. I'm glad you understand. One day, I'm gonna argue your face in so hard that you're gonna burst into tears. I don't see that happening in our lifetime. Now that that's settled, let me begin by going over the important points of the test. Before that... Juna timidly raises her hand. Tennoji-san isn't here yet. Is it okay to start without her? Nae-san isn't the only one absent. Nobody from JAXA is present, actually. You're right. That's odd. Usually she's here before the meeting time. Well, I guess it should be okay to go over the various precautions and the operational instructions. Makes sense. I guess, yeah, there's tweets about the emergency meeting. I wonder what that's about. Kaiichi and are today's stars. Both of you. Make sure to memorize the controls. Controls, huh? If this were a match, they'd be the most important thing to remember if I wanted to win. Alright, let me begin. The operator, sub-operator, the person responsible for the drive system in particular, should pay close attention. Perhaps not. I'm talking to you, Furugori. Listen up. But I refuse. You what? Never mind. Please continue. Prez and I have basically been doing all the work until now, so I'm passing the baton to you guys. Starting tomorrow and running through the month leading up to the shipping day, you three will configure the settings. If you guys don't get things nice and precise, there will be no Grand Prix at the expo. Us. Yeah, whatever. But I refuse. Enough of that. Sad face. Fowl lowers her shoulders. I'll just leave her be. What sets Gunbarrel Prototype Model 2 apart from the rest of the pack are... These heads yawns, I guess. Subaru pauses for a second and quickly glances around the room. The monopole motors. Monopole? You heard him, boys. Monopole. The fact that it utilizes them is its greatest unique characteristic. By using them, Model 2 has a much higher mobility than Model 1. If you operate it with the same mindset you have of Model 1, you'll be surprised by how fast it is. As far as the drive system is concerned, we had Furugori modify M45's posture control software. Getting straight to the point, it's a positioning and posture control system that syncs 3D scanning in the Euro Street View tech in real time. Damn. According to Subaru's explanation, here's the basic rundown. Model 2 is equipped with 3D scanners on both shoulders. By scanning its surroundings, the AI automatically controls the robot's posture. Not only that, but apparently it's synced with the Euro Street View app. The photos that users all over the world upload onto Euro are taken with the 3D camera installed in Pokécoms. Basically, though it may be artificial, the Euro Street View app is digitized in 3D. By referencing this data, Model 2 can more precisely identify the terrain. What makes this groundbreaking is that
入力されたコマンドに対
once
し
the
て
command is
AI が
input,
未
the
来予
AI
測を
predicts the
行い
future
あ
and
らかじ
displays
めオ
its
ペレーター
findings
にそ
for
の
the
予測結果を
operator.
提示してくれるということこれにより危険
With
な動
this,
きに
the
つながり
operator
そうな
will
時は
have time to bring
事前
Model
に
2 to
緊
an
急停止
emergency
する
stop
余裕
should
が生ま
any
れるんです
problems arise. That's cool.
大した動作はできない試作
It'll
2
seem
号
like
機
the
においては
overkill
宝の
with
持ち
that.
腐れか
It
もしれ
might
ません
seem like overkill since prototype Model 2 is limited in its movement, but I digress.
いずれにせよ遠隔
This,
操縦
combined
の
with
お
its
かげで
remote
安
operation,
全性は
means
かな
that
り上が
Model
り
2 is
ます
extremely safe.
1号機より
Much
ずっと
safer
安
than
全です
Model 1, that's for sure. I'm extremely grateful to Subaru for that. Back when I piloted Model 1, I thought I was gonna piss myself in terror.
それでこの試作
There
2
were
号
two
機を動
operators
かす上
required
で
to make
必要
prototype
な操
Model
作
2
が2つありま
movements.
す一つはコマンド
One
入
is the
力
command input.
これは
We implemented
フルオーリの
Furugori's
作った
kill
キルバラ
balance
システムを
system.
導入しました操縦感覚は
This
ヤ
should
シオ
feel
先輩がロボアンで使った
identical to how
種出し
Yoshio
マシンと
senpai
ほぼ同
controlled
じです
Tanagashi machine at Robo 1.
種子島新さんはい
Tanagashi Machine 3 Custom. Subaru completely ignores Akiho's nitpicking.
あらかじめ登録しておい
Model
た
2
コマンド
will
に
only
対応した
execute
動作の
movements
み
that
を
correspond
ロ
to
ボ2号機が
pre-registered
実行
command
します
inputs.
なので自
In
由
other
に好き勝手な
words,
動
we
きを
can't
さ
just
せられ
move
る
it
わけじゃあり
freely.
ません今のところ登録
So
され
far,
ている
the
コマン
only
ドは基本
registered
動作が
commands are
3つ
3 basic
特殊
moves
動
and
作
1 special
が1つだけです
move.
これはセッティングの
Feel
段
free
階
to
で必
increase
要
this
に
number
応
as
じて増
much
や
as
して
you
いきま
find
す
necessary during the settings phase.
ちなみにコマンドはキル
By the
バラや
way,
種子
the
島シーン
command
よりも
inputs are much
難
more
易度を上げ
difficult
てい
than
ます
KBs, but they're once programmed in the Tanagashi machine.
これは安全
This
性を
was
考
done
え
for
てい
safety
ます
purposes.
これだけの大きさだと
At this
事故が起
size,
きた時
any
に大
kind
惨
of
事になり
accident
かね
could
ませんから
potentially result in a total disaster.
うっかり誤入力してしまう
This
のを
is designed to
避ける
prevent
狙いがあり
accidents
ます
caused by misinputs, I can read.
でコマンド入力
Outside
と
of
は
the
別に
command inputs,
1号機
there's
には
one
なか
other
った
control
操
system
作が
in
2号
place
機に
that
必要で
didn't
した
exist in Model 1.
それがあそこに置い
That's
て
the
あるレ
laser
ーザ
gun
ー銃
mount
座
you
です
see over there. Sitting by the base of Model 2's foot is what looks like a missile launch pad with some kind of gun emplacement. A cylindrical device about 2 meters long is being supported by a pedestal. At the end of the device is a handle and set of buttons. It's connected to a large generator via a thick cord. What the hell is this thing?
レーザー光送電装
It's
置
a
です
laser beam
僕
electricity
の趣味のせい
transmission
で
device.
こんな物
You
騒
can
なデ
thank
ザイン
Doc
に
for
なっ
the
てし
odd
まいました
design.
がこれを2号機の
By
パラボ
firing
ラア
this
ンテ
for
ナ
Model
に向けて
2's
照射するこ
parabolic
とで
antenna,
電
we
力
can
が
power
出
the
ます
robot.
今後2号機
Yoshio
の操縦
senpai
と
and
送電
Daitoku
については
senpai will take turns operating
Yoshio
Model
先輩と
2 and
大徳先輩
operating the laser
2
beam.
人のオペレーターで交互に担当してください
Huh? As soon as he finishes speaking, Juno's expression clearly stiffens.
注意点としては
Please take
人に
great
向け
care
ては
not
い
to
け
aim
ない
the
という
laser
こと
on
です
another human. Yeah, we heard all about the dangers of that thing when we decided on how to power Model 2. Apparently it doesn't take much to kill someone with it. So, needless to say, neither myself nor Juno wants that kind of responsibility. I could never operate something so scary.
操作できません
俺も人を殺しちゃう
Likewise,
威力
it's
の
powerful enough to kill someone, right? Why would anyone in their right mind allow some uncertified high schoolers to use something like that?
ああその点は
Worry
大丈
not.
夫
We had a safety device installed
安全
into
装置を
it.
つけてもらったの。ガンツク2のパラボラ
It's designed so that only
照準が
flares in the
当たってる時に
crosshairs are aimed at
レーザー
Gunbuild
が
2's
発射される
parabolic
仕組みにな
antenna.
ってるんだ。ちょっとでも照準が外れ
If
た
it
ら
goes off target at all, the laser will automatically shut off.
あと本番で
Plus,
は
we
この
plan
銃
to
弾を
make a more
もっと
compact
コンパ
gun
クトに小さな
emplacement
も
for
のに
the
変更する予
actual
定。
demo.
お父さんの知り合いの
A
メーカーさん
manufacturer that knows
試作
my
品
dad
を
knows
作
is
ってもら
building
って
a
るから
prototype for us
もう
right
ちょっと
now,
待ってて。
so hang tight. Huh, cool. That should make it harder for accidents to happen. Juno's sighs in very evident relief.
もちろん稼働時
And
には
JAXA personnel will be
JAXA の人
present
に
when
監
we
督
use
して
it,
もらう
of
つもり。
course.
ちょっとでも危険だって
I've
判
already
断し
asked
た
them
ら
to stop
止
us
め
if
て
they
もらう
feel
よう
it's
に
even
お
a
願いし
little
てあ
bit
るよ。
dangerous.
ただレーザー
One
構造で
problem though. The laser needs to be transmitting
出力を
constantly
そんな
since the
にないから
output level is
ずっと送電し続けてない
low.
とすぐに電力
Otherwise,
切
the
れになっ
robot
ちゃう
will
の。
shut down.
しかもガンツク2は
Gunbuild
パ
2
フォ
is
ー
gonna
マン
be
ス中
moving around
上
all
下
over
左
the
右
place
に
during
動
the
き回る
demo,
でしょ。
right?
そんな状態でも
You guys will have to keep the
正確にパラボラ
laser
アンテ
trained
ナ
on
に
the
狙いを
antenna,
定める
even
腕
when
が
it's
必
moving
要になる。
around.
こればっかりは練
We
習
have
が
no
あるの
fix
み
for
か
that,
も。
sadly. Practice makes perfect.
カイはそういうの
I'm sure you'll be
ゲーム
fine
で
since
慣れ
you
て
play
そうだ
lots
け
of
ど。
video games, Kai.
どうかな。
I don't know about that. Having good aim is key to doing well in first-person shooters. But Killbella is a fighting game. Genre is completely different.
でもレーザー銃弾の
Regardless, I
操
suppose
作
I
は
am
俺
more
の方が
suited
向い
to
て
be
る
the
だろう。
laser operator.
"そういうことなら
In which
メイ
case,
ンオペレ
you
ーター
should be
は
the
順
main
ちゃんがやれば
operator, Jun-chan. That way, I can focus on the laser, and Juna can focus on moving Model 2 around. Huh?
そ
Well, I'm happy just being the sub-operator.
いいよ。
Juna hesitantly shakes her head back and forth.
だってさっき
But
レ
you
ーザー
clearly
銃
don't
弾
want to
のあ
operate
から
the
さまに
laser,
拒否反応を
right?
見せてたじゃないか。
それは
And that's only because I thought it'd be dangerous.
思った感
It
じ。
sounds a lot safer now.
説明聞いたら安全そうだし平気。ジュンがメインオペ
I
レー
think
タ
Mr.
ーなら
Candy would prefer it if you operated Model 2. Well, yeah, that's right. He's been fond of Juna since the Model 1 days. He might even give us more money if Juna steps up to the plate as the main operator.
うん
No, really. I'm fine as the sub.
サブで
Someone
いい
skilled like Yashio-kun should control the robot.
ヤシオくんみたいに上手な人がやるべきで。
2号機は
Model 2 is
ロボットは
nothing like a
わけが
hobby
違います。
robot.
技術は一切求
It
められ
doesn't
ない。
require skill to
誰でも
operate.
操縦でき
Anyone could
る
do
と
it.
も言えます。必要な時に必要な
All
コ
you
マ
have
ン
to
ドを
do
入
is
力
input
さえ
the
すれ
necessary commands at the correct time.
ばある意味客寄せ
You're
パンダ
basically
です。
just there to draw in
2号機の
customers.
オペレーター
There's
に
nothing
それ
more
以上
to
の
it.
不安はありません。
For us, you can always try to be a little thoughtful with how you work things. You basically just told Juna that she brings nothing to the table and can be easily replaced.
If
nothing else, compared to a cocky guy with a big mouth. Is that supposed to be me? A petite woodland creature-esque girl would probably attract more spectators. Subaru? Are you complimenting her or insulting her? Yes. I mean, can't you just say that June is suited to be the main operator because she's cute?
言えるわけないでしょ。
I couldn't possibly say that. Mm-hmm. I'm sorry. Why is Juno apologizing?
とにかく
Anyway, personally, I'd like to work with Yashio-kun and do our best together.
一緒に頑張っていきたいなっていきなり
I just
メインに
don't feel up to the task so
あ
long.
の困っちゃうっていうかというわけで
I think I'll just stick to being the sub.
サブで
純ちゃんがそこ
Well,
まで
if
言
you
うなら
insist, Jinshan, I guess I've got no choice. So, hence my master plan to push all of the responsibility onto her. Man, Juno really is nothing but earnest, huh?
じゃあこれまで通り
Alright, so Kai remains our main operator with Juno serving as the sub-operator. Nothing has changed.
二人とも操縦
Guys,
方法
be sure to master both command inputs and the laser gun emplacement. In fact, maybe all of us should learn how to operate both, not just Kai and June. We should avoid a situation where Model 2 doesn't work because one of us is out for the count.
すみませんお待た
I
せ
am so sorry for being late. It's then that Naya-san finally shows up. She apologetically lowers her head, time and time again.
ちょっと会議が
Our
長引
meeting
いちゃいました
lasted longer than I expected.
会議
A
日曜日な
meeting
のに
on a Sunday. It's Saturday. For us, anyway.
まあ
Yeah. Is it just me or is she trying to avoid talking about it?
それより
Anyhow, you're starting the test run, right? Harunaka-san will be here soon, so let's get to it.
準備しちゃいましょうファイト
Go team, go! Naya-san shoots her fist into the air. She's just as excited as Akiho is today.
それじゃあ
And then, I guess Frau Bo can explain the control
操縦方法
scheme
を説明
next.
してもらおうかな
Frau is sitting by the wall. When called, she sluggishly rises to her feet. She looks a little bit better, maybe. I keep telling you, it's the same as Kill Ballet New SMH.
それは分かってるけど
We know that,
全く同じ
but
って
it's
わ
not
けじゃない
exactly
で
the
しょ
same, right?
そうは言うが
Maybe so, Colonel, but
説明も何も
here,
コマンド
I'll
表
just
配れば
pass around
それ
the
で OK じゃ
command
ね
list. This is for you. Yes, senpai. Oh, Frau. Frau, keeping her head lowered, sneaks a small piece of paper into my hand. Why is she pretending this is some kind of secret? On the piece of paper are 5 different commands. Advance, strafe, 90-degree turn, crouch, pose. As Subaru mentioned earlier, all of the commands require at least 3 button inputs. The controllers are annoyingly precise and feel like ones you'd find on a character designed for pro players. Well, it'll take some practice, but as long as I get the timing down, I should be fine. Should be a piece of cake compared to KB. The only exception is the crouch command. This one requires 2 inputs. I quickly memorized the commands and passed the list to Juno.
決めポーズっていうの
So,
が
the one
万
that
博にあ
says
る
pose is the
パフォーマンス用の
performance we'll be
コマンド
doing
ね
on the expo.
コマンドを入れることで
By inputting this
一連の動
command,
きをセットでやって
102 will
くれる
perform
の
a set of moves in one go,
だいたい20秒くらい
and
の
lasts for
動作
about 20 seconds. Apparently, Juna's mocap performance has already been programmed into the system. Ugh. Fraubo, you're still adjusting the number 1 pulverizer, right? Frau nods. We're planning on adding one more post for the performance. But we're waiting on Fraubo to finish making adjustments. I intend to keep adding more moves and the like over the course of the expo. But by the way, we don't intend on giving it movable fingers. Though, it can grab things. Sounds useless. And let's just say, there's room for improvement in future updates. Remember how I told you all to download the KB system app to your Pokecoms the other day? Are we all set there? Frau messaged me about it the day before yesterday. I've already downloaded it. If you boot that up, you'll connect to Slender Gunvero's eyes. Slender Gunvero? Yep. The last one was Stumpy Gunvero. This one is Slender Gunvero. Her name makes sense to leave something to be desired. Oh, and if everyone boots up the KB system around the same time, everyone can connect. But only the first person to connect can take control. And if you want to pass the controls to another person, you just have to log out once. And then the second person who connected will be given control. Auto detection? Exactly. That is indeed correct. Despite making endless excuses, Frau really came through for us with an impressive system. About what I expect from a genius programmer. So, can I move it now? Not yet. It's still hanging from the crane. Prototype Model 2 can't stand on its own. Just like a hobby robot, it needs to be powered on in order for each motor to activate. Only then can it stand. And when it's not turned on, it doesn't have the necessary power to keep itself standing. Just like a newborn baby. Without power, the joints in its legs can't withstand its own weight. They'll be They'd be crushed flat under it all. Supplying power gives the robot enough juice to keep itself standing upright. Electrical power will be supplied to the robot via laser to its parabolic antenna. Said antenna is on Model 2's back. Its back is currently against the wall, so it can't receive power. In order to power up, the Model 2 has to be moved to the center of the building via the ceiling crane. According to Subaru's explanation, Gunbuild 2 executes the crouch command automatically upon shutting down. He also informs us that whenever we finish operating it, We always have to end it in the crouch state, or else they'll topple over and we'd have problems.
では準備を始
Alright,
めましょう。
let's get to work.
楽しみ
I
ですね
can't wait to see Combuild 2 in motion. Nae-san calls out to us with a huge smile on her face. She might be the most excited person in the room. Even I'm getting amped up somehow. As per usual, Harunaka-san operates the ceiling crane and pulls Model 2 to the center of the room. I'm on support duty for Gina, who's currently in charge of the laser gun. Gina holds the grip at the end of the gun and presses the a button. At that point, the device still does nothing. Looks like the safety mechanism is working properly. Right next to us is a power generator about the size of a light motor vehicle running at full capacity. This outputs a large amount of energy. The merit of wireless electricity transmission is that this thing doesn't have to be loaded into the robot's body. Model 2 is built specifically to perform at the expo, so the generator doesn't need to be able to move around. And so, when we end up having to use this laser transmission system, the robot also loses a dramatic amount of weight. In regards to the laser gun, it has proper iron sights, much like a real gun. I told Gina to aim down the sights and point the tip toward the parabolic antenna on Model 2. Gina moves it as told and aligns the iron sights of the antenna. Hello, Katsumi. Thank you for the hydrate. I will do that. How's it going, though? Posture check. I'll stretch a bit, actually, since my posture is fine. A visible red laser beam immediately and silently fires out of the gun. Time to do some caretaking, Saku. It's only an hour into stream, but you're right. My usual chatters aren't very good about doing their Tamagotchi streamer stuff with the hydrates and the posture checks. It's rare that those are actually redeemed. Everyone's hoarding their points for I don't know why. Unless they're saving it to handhold. 1 hour already? Yeah, only 1 hour. Not much has happened yet, if I can be honest. There we go. I'll have to redeem up. Enough technology, time to unplug the router? Hello. Come on, man. Oops, I didn't need to close that. Come back here, you. You're not even good about Tamagotchi IRL me. I mean, there aren't little buttons that you can press to make the things happen for yourself. You just have to do them. That's the difference, Spooky. Oh, you're on a 20 stream streak. Nice. Peachy is 10 streams further than you with her streak. He will from now on take his own Tamagotchi that he abandoned for years in all profile descriptions. Wonderful. Well, that's amazing. If any of us touch that, her skin will melt right off. Yeah, it's like it's a laser. I'll definitely be keeping my distance. Good. The beam hits the dish of the parabolic antenna and gathers in one place through the condensing lens. The battery has already begun charging. It should be able to move. Subaru! Let Gun build you down! Subaru asks Harunaka-san to operate the crane, and Model 2's dangling feet are slowly lowered to the ground.
それじゃあガンツくつ
Alright, I'm turning gun belt 2 on. The most tense part of the test is here. The only person in our audience is Nai-san. The JAXA workers who advised us of Mr. Senemiya aren't here for some reason. We asked Doc to come, but he said he was busy developing some new equipment or something. Michi's asleep in the car parked outside, and Mr. Candy isn't here either. We didn't advertise this to the public, so nobody's here to watch this go down. Which means that right now, it's just the 5 Robotics Club members, Nai-san and Harunaka-san on the crane. 7 people total. Nakeho looks far more composed than she did during the Model 1 test. Gina, once terrified of robots, is firmly gripping the laser gun, holding her breath and watching Model 2 attentively. Even our resident shut-in Frau is present and accounted for. Despite the tough situation with his dad, Subaru is here nonetheless, albeit in secret. 4 months have passed and summer came and went. The Robotics Club's finally growing a little. Subaru, Frau, and Juno. We freely made use of their strength, or cooperated with them. The 5 of us, although I didn't really do anything, built this new giant robot and are trying to breathe life into it. Nakeho shoves her hand into her skirt pocket and reverently pulls out a switch that fits in the palm of her hand. On the black rectangular box is a round red button. Nice and simple. Is that the activation switch for Model 2? We could have used cloud computing to manage the drive system. Not only would we have been able to control Model 2 from the Prokicom, we'd be able to turn the power on and off as well. However, after the incident in Tokyo with Robotery Industry, Farah wanted to avoid that. And that's the reason why the power switch is this clunky, unimpressive button. I have next to no idea how it works, though. But in terms of creating a sense of mystique, it might actually be just right. Nice-san, please make the final call. Okay, the activation test is a go! Nice-san seems really into this. After hearing her response, Nakeho looks at me and nods firmly. Gun build project, prototype Model 2, power on, lift off! With her declaration, Nakeho forcefully pushes the button in her hand. All of the motors in Model 2 begin creaking to life as the drive starts up. It kinda looks like a sleepy old man waking up and slowly standing up to attention. Although, I suppose that's not just limited to little dudes. The 3D scanners on the robot's shoulders shoot down narrow laser beams at the walls and floor.
あのレーザーは人殺さない？
Can those lasers kill people?
大丈夫。
No, they're just infrared lasers.
スカスカ頑張れる起動
Slender
した
gun barrel has activated.
OS させ正
The
常に作動
OS
中
operating at normal capacity.
レーザースキャナー周辺の
Laser
ストレート
scanners
ロード開始
loading surrounding map
スキャ
data.
ンも展開中
Scan in progress. Frau is apparently receiving telemetry data. She looks at her Pokécom and reads out the information.
バッテリー充電
The
率
battery charge at
送電止
0.5%.
めたら
If you
即
stop
停止
sending
するレベ
power,
ル
Slender gun barrel will cease functioning immediately. Wait, doesn't that mean, this job is really important? For a game where this pursues you through the woods as you try to gather 8 Kimijima reports. Slender Bomb. Isn't there only 7 Kimijima reports? But oh dear.
空手先輩
Karate
しっかり
senpai,
狙っといて
make sure you aim straight.
オス
Also. Referencing Slender the 8 pages, but yes. Hmm.
でもまあとりあえず
However,
これで
all
普通の
systems are
動かせる
green for the time being.
現在のコントロール
Current control priority is with Yashio senpai's Pokécom. I'm getting hyped up. Blast of spirit, gun barrel.
アキちゃん興奮しすぎ
Maki-chan, you're getting too excited.
ワイヤー外します
We're releasing the wires. My first thought shouldn't have been Danganronpa with the way that the things moved, but it was. The wires connecting Model 2 to the ceiling crane all detached. The scaffolding is also moved away. Scaffolding, that's what it's called. Yeah. As of right now, Model 2 is completely standing on its own. Not only that, it shows no signs of falling over either. And things are going well. Alright, Kai. It's time for the big, momentous first step. Model 2's control priority rests with my Pokécom, meaning only I can control it. I start up the Kill Ballad system app. I must register the camera's neutral position.
最初にカメラの
First,
ニュートラル
register the
ポジション
camera's
登録
neutral position, please.
それをすると
After doing that, the camera direction will sync with the Pokécom's built-in gyro controls. I hold my Pokécom up to my face and register that as the neutral position. On the monitor, I see the inside walls of the building from a position 8 meters off the ground. And real-time footage from the omnidirectional camera on top of Model 2's head.
種子マシンの時よりキルバロ
This
ッ
feels
ト
way more like KB than Tanegashi Machine did.
デュフフもちろんそうよ
Of course.
ポケコンを上下左右に
If you move your Pokécom in any direction, the camera will move along with it. And try it out. The scenery on screen moves accordingly. When I tilted downward, I could see Akiho looking up. They look so teeny tiny. I also spot Juna gripping the laser gun, and both Frau and I fiddling with her Pokécoms. Not being sad, it doesn't seem for the gun built to his face, of course. And the face is just decorative after all. Plus, since it's an omnidirectional camera, there's no need to move it. Even I understand that. Alright, should I take the first step? Go ahead. Gun barrel. Launch! I quickly input the advance command. It reacts immediately. Model 2's body shakes as its many motors activate, before it leans slightly to the left. It lifts its right foot up. Then, the right leg smoothly takes a step forward. The joints are in the ankle, knee, and groin. The servometers in both legs work together perfectly, with the sound of gears turning together erupting forth. The right foot lands on the ground, and the left side returns to neutral in response. Just like that, its body is perfectly parallel again. Then, the body leans to the right. This time, the left foot rises up. And it continues on and moves forward. It stops moving when both legs are side by side again. The series of motions attached to the advance command. It took a little over 10 seconds for Model 2 to walk 2 steps. The whole process was so smooth that it felt like something made by professionals. I think back on Model 1 6 months ago, and how much of a struggle it was for it to take a single step. So, hey Kai, what do you think? This is awesome. It's nothing like how slow Model 1 was. Naya-san's cheeks are flushed in excitement as she claps her hands in fierce applause. That was incredible. I'm deeply moved.
ったとは思えない技
The
術力
technical
ですよ
strength on display here is hardly what you'd expect from high schoolers. Having a member of the Robotics Club is totally amazing. Meow, hello Catman, welcome on in. How's it going?
私の目に
I knew I was right about you guys.
生で見るのもいいです
Oh, and it's really amazing watching it in person. But using it really makes it feel like Gunveil is moving. We got 2 delicious flavors in one bite. I'm not sure how you managed to describe this like it was food, but whatever. It's completely true that for everyone here in attendance, that first step had a huge effect on them. Looking up at the crane, Harunaka-san is giving Subaru a powerful handshake. Subaru's grinning wryly in pride. Subaru is usually calm and collected, but he was the center of Model 2's design. I'm guessing he must be super happy about this. Even I never could have predicted our little project would end up like this. And this robot of ours might actually stand a chance at the expo. I truly feel that way. There's just one thing. Naya's expression suddenly darkens. She opens her mouth slowly, like it's hard to put her words together. I know this is really sudden, but by next week, we're going to have you all leave the building. Huh? Whoa, hey now. This really is sudden. What do you mean by that? Remember how I said it was an emergency meeting? I think the chief will explain it in detail, but... It's been decided that we're gonna be launching a rocket for Tanegashima again. The first one in 5 years. Whoa. Really? Talk about breaking news. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't excited. Maybe even more so than when Model 2 moved just now. I was convinced that the TNSC would never launch another rocket again. Yeah, and the first Sasaki office is closest to the launch site, you know? Which means this whole area is off limits during the launch. We have security to consider, and we were told we wouldn't be able to lend you all this space anymore. I'm so sorry. Naya-san bows her head deeply. We were just about to enter the settings phase. This is the worst possible timing. Bravo, June, why the long faces? This is amazing news. I get to see a rocket launch in Tanegashima again. Super hyped. Akio, focus. I bet Dad must feel the same way right about now. Hehe. Akio is speaking from the heart. She's not just trying to be strong right now. She's probably right about her dad too. He stayed on as chief, believing that this day would come. Lucky who knew that. But Frau's right. The timing couldn't be any worse. If we had one more month, we wouldn't have to get kicked out. So we absolutely have to be out of here within the week. Yeah. I tried to negotiate an extension, but they wouldn't even consider it. I'm still just a newbie, so I have no real sway in things. I'm so sorry. Whenever the TNSC has a launch, rockets usually arrive on the island once before the launch date. Simultaneously, JAXA and the manufacturer send engineers here to start assembling the rocket and the VAB. The VAB is right through the gate in front of the first Osaki office and up the hill. Considering all of that, it's really sudden to have to push us out within the week. To be perfectly honest, this launch was decided on just after entering the new year. Things are really hectic right now. Nobody's ever heard of a schedule this crazy. To be honest, even I'm confused by it all. Maya-san seems full of regret, but at the end of the day, the TNSC is a launch site. This is what they do. We were lent this space for free. We have no right to complain. And so with that, we have to withdraw. Fortunately, JAXA will provide vehicles with which to transport Model 2, so we don't need to do much prep work. But considering we just had a successful Model 2 test run, I can't help but feel like we've hit a major bump in the road. After hearing the news yesterday, I've been getting more and more hyped. At this point, I'm practically buzzing with excitement. This is the most excited I've ever been for anything ever. I'm kinda surprised at myself. I didn't think I liked rockets this much. Before my eyes passes a large truck, carrying a nearly 4-meter tall cylindrical part, moving at around 2 to 3 kilometers per hour. Prefectural Road 586 was built in 2010 to connect Minamitane to the Tanegashima Space Center. The road is optimized for transporting rocket parts and is pretty much the only 3-lane road on Tanegashima. Naturally, the road was built this wide to smoothly transport rocket parts. It's been 6 to 7 years since the TNSC would launch nearly 3 rockets a year. The site in front of me knocked me way back in time. Whenever it was time for a launch, parts would arrive a few months before launch at Shimama Harbor on the western end. It's a little less than 20 kilometers from that harbor to the TNSC located on the southeastern end of the island. From National Highway 58, they cut through the center of Minamitane to jump onto Prefectural Road 586. The vehicles move at a walking pace, so when they came through town, there was plenty of time to go and watch. And so today, with no classes to attend, I've come to watch. The rocket parts are painted black. Painted? The H-2A rockets were painted white, so these leave quite a different impression. When it comes to black rockets, the first thing that comes to mind is the Soviet Soyuz rocket, but that was painted a dark green, which is not exactly black. Apparently, JAXA is entrusting a private enterprise with this launch. That explains why everything's so weird and different from years ago. In the past. I'd often come to watch the rockets like this. For one, the road has always been close to my house. And back then, I had a silly, unattainable dream of becoming an astronaut. But most of all... Hey, Kai, look. They're going to put it all together and fly it up until it gets to space. The right stuff. It's just people who have it. Rockets do too. Go. Hot dog, go. Like that, Misune would call out at the rocket parts being slowly carried along the road. Thinking back on it now, she was a pretty strange high school girl. Yeah. But I didn't dislike that about her back then. Or now.
Hot dog.
Hot dog. I started whispering it, but an old lady standing nearby gives me an odd look, so I hurriedly looked away. I can't help as the pained smile forces itself upon my face. Maybe I'll buy a hot dog at the convenience store. Lotso is within walking distance from here, so why not? That'll be the end of my break. After that, I'll be back to my original goal, hunting down the Kimijima report.
ゲージね。
Sister
今日の
Centipede,
探索場所候補
tell
を
me
教えて。
today's location candidates.
了解しました。
Understood. Despite having to pull out from the TNSC, our test immediately picked up again with the expo rapidly approaching. According to Subaru and Frau, there are issues popping up all over due to the hurried construction. We're running these tests to take care of them, one by one. That's how we go about adjusting Model 2 settings, repeating things over and over again. Until the transport truck prepared for us by JAXA arrives, we have no choice but to awkwardly continue our tests here. Though to be perfectly honest, I'm more interested in the VAB that's basically right next to us. It's practically killing me. The launch date is scheduled for late February. Compared to the schedule for the H2A rockets, it's crazy fast. Oh, and that reminds me, I saw some people from the mass media earlier this morning. Apparently the reopening of TNSC has become quite the conversation piece in Tokyo. Hi! Power supply will just cut off. You're spacing out. Stay focused. No, crap. I shift gears and regrip the handle of the laser gun. I then fix the iron sights on the parabolic antenna. When the targeting aligns, so the gun automatically fires its high output laser. We're currently doing a walking test with Juno as the pilot. The sight of a giant robot lumbering around is imposing, even more so since we're indoors. That said, the walk cycle is a little bit stiff. Its actual steps and overall movement are fairly smooth. It's just that after taking 2 steps, we'll occasionally stop for a few seconds. It takes a step, then goes to move the other leg. And then we'll sometimes stop for around 3 to 4 seconds. It's extremely frustrating to watch. Why is this happening, you ask? Juno is failing at consecutive inputs. To make Model 2 advance, you just have to input the advance command. However, they'll only move it 2 steps. To make it continue walking, as soon as the previous action completes, another advance command has to be input. Repeating this at length will result in uninterrupted walking. But Juno's timing is incredibly off. Hey, Karate-senpai. You're missing too many inputs. The command for advancing consists of 3 well-timed consecutive button presses. As for why such a basic action requires a complex input, apparently it's for safety purposes. We're dealing with an 8-meter tall giant robot. Even taking a single step is incredibly dangerous. Imagine what would happen if someone was standing at its feet and it started advancing due to an accidental input. To prevent that, all of Model 2's actions are set to require at least 3 button presses. Problem is, that means that even the most basic process of making Model 2 walks requires a 3-button input. Bellet has me used to stuff like this, but Juna's no gamer. That might be a bit too much for her. Speaking of which, she doesn't look the least bit relaxed as she controls Model 2. Her gaze keeps fidgeting back and forth between the Pokécom control screen and the robot itself. It's just such a mess that just watching her is irritating me. Jin-chan, you really shouldn't look at the robot so much. But always try to keep your eyes on the game screen. But if I do that, I won't be able to see Model 2-chan's surroundings. It makes sense that your field of view in FPS is narrow. I'm used to KB, so it feels perfectly normal. Then how about not looking at the screen at all? Well, like you would if you were controlling the honorary press. It might actually be a bad thing for the omnidirectional camera to feed into the Pokécom screen. If you're so indecisive of where to look, you're not gonna be able to react in time should an unexpected situation suddenly pop up. No, unlike KB, it's not like we're fighting someone. I doubt anything unexpected is gonna happen. Okay, I got it. I appreciate the advice. I have my way of doing things, and Juna has hers. Rather than pushing mine onto her, it's important for Juna to find what works best for her. The robot starts walking again. In terms of size, the facility is maybe 15 meters in length. Walking for 15 or 16 steps brings Model 2 to a wall. The operator must then input the 90-degree turn command twice, or 180 degrees total, and head back. On the return trip, the parabolic antenna is out of sight of the laser gun, so I gotta take a break. All things considered, this is pretty lame, huh? Maya-san comes up beside me and smiles wryly as she whispers. It is. Even I think so. Advance. Do a 180-degree turn after reaching a wall. Do that for 20 sets. Next, crab walk across the building and back. Another 20 sets. Jin-chan and I take turns operating for both. Advancing, turning, and crab walking. I'm practicing the basic commands by repeating them over and over again. Who came up with the training course? Subaru-kun? Akiho-chan?
俺
Yours truly. Oh, how unexpected. Naesan looks me in the eyes with a mischievous smile on her face. I don't think you'd enjoy doing something so lame.
ひどいな。
I'm wounded. You completely misunderstand me.
むしろ俺
I don't think there's anyone in the world who likes practice via repetition as much as I do.
俺でもさ
As the second best KB player in the world, I'm constantly putting in effort into labbing every single day. Even now, I practice the same KB combo over and over before going to bed. If I didn't do that, my skills would falter, and I'd be surpassed in the ranks by other players just like that. Well, you have my apologies. This training course does make sense, though. This isn't just to train me and Juno. This is so we can adjust the settings as well. Frau is constantly gathering telemetry data. She accounts for her habits as operators, and then makes minute adjustments. We're getting a feel for the controls. Both Juno and I each have our own unique quirks when it comes to operating Model 2. Command input reception timing. The lag between input and output. For us, the UI can be optimized for things like that. Additionally, we're providing the auto balancer with experience. The data will allow its precision to increase dramatically. Like you guys said, this is totally lame. Nakiho joins the conversation. This is an anime. It'd absolutely get cancelled because of low ratings. And good thing this isn't the anime. Who wants to watch a giant armorless robot lumber around forever? You can at least make some Gunbarrel's pose or something. Oh, and I want to come up with some new moves too. Akiho. Baby steps. Come on. We already decided on doing that after we withdraw from here and move back to the hangar. Right now, the most important thing is for Junchan and I to get used to the controls. No, if you tell me that's not necessary, I wouldn't mind skipping out on practice. Sorry. It's just that I'm the only one with nothing to do. Subaru said that as president, I should be supervising everything, but... I feel like I was telling the president what she should be doing. Maybe he's the one actually pulling the strings. I mean... Speaking of which, Subaru isn't here for today's tests. Not only does he have his dad to deal with, he still has classes to attend, unlike us third years. Please pay no mind to the other second year, Frau. He's currently skipping school entirely. Well, if you put it the other way, that means I don't have any actual work, right? It was exciting watching him move up first, but I'm bored. Are you losing focus? That's no good. You're the person in charge, after all. Your job is to keep a watchful eye on everything, and make sure no problems pop up.
これから
And the
万
holds
博に
true
出
for
て
when you
る
go
時
to
に
the
も
expo
言える
too.
ことですよ。そうなんです。
You're right, but
やっぱうち
I just think I'm better suited for grunt work is
性に合
all.
ってるっていうか。
組み立てまでは飽きちゃう
They have plenty of that all the way up to Model 2's
たまには
completion.
休んでもい
You
い
can
か
afford
な
to take a little break.
だから
You're not
うちは
listening.
もっと
I
も
wanna
っと
get more and more
励み
hyped
たいんだ
up.
ってば。まるで
You're like a
マグロみ
tuna.
たいですね。
I hope you elaborate on that, cause
マグロ
excuse me?
泳ぎ続けてないと
And they die if they
死ん
don't
じゃうん
keep
ですよ。
swimming. Ah. I see.
あ、そうそう。
Oh, yeah, yeah, that's totally me. Me too, bestie.
だったら俺が変わった
I'll be willing to swap places. I point to the laser gun with my eyes.
俺またロケットの
I'm gonna go
関係
take a
直
look
して
at
く
the
るわ
rocket transports again. Not happening.
会にはこれまで
You need to
サボって
make up for all the time you
たっぷり
spent
頑張って
skipping
もら
out.
わないと。
ああそう
Is that so? I mostly just don't want to be stuck here doing tests every single day. I don't actually plan on going to watch the rocket transports. The real reason I want to get away is because we broke into 2020, and I still haven't found the last Kimijima report. And the reason I skipped yesterday and made excuses is because I'm looking for that last report. After about 30 minutes of watching the transports, I spent the rest of the time searching the island. I've been doing this since the end of last year. With no classes, I've been searching at night as well. All of my attempts have been in vain, and on top of that, my own mother thinks I'm a delinquent now. I didn't think it'd be this hard to find. Fortunately, Sister Centipede is still operational, and has been providing tips as to where the last report might be. But this time, even Sister Centipede seems to be throwing in the towel. I'm getting more and more impatient. The Kimijima reports predicted a large solar storm in 2020. It may only be January, but that doesn't change the fact that it's 2020. It's completely possible that today or tomorrow, a solar storm of the same scale as last year's, or even bigger, will hit Earth. But while I'm feeling increasingly impatient, I'm also feeling hesitant about finding the last report. Unlike the previous ones, Kimijima Report number 7 isn't a detailed description of the future. Activating will distribute the Kimijima reports around the world. It's like a key that'll unlock the truth for the public. As far as I'm concerned, everything contained in these reports is completely true. There's no doubt in my mind. But even then, there's still a 0.1% chance that they end up being nothing but lies. Dispersing the Kimijima reports around the world could cause unnecessary chaos, which has me feeling a tad hesitant. This isn't the sort of thing that a rural high school kid should be responsible for. Man, what have I gotten myself into? Yet, here I am, still searching. I've already come this far. There's no turning back now.
ほら、カイ。
Hey
また
Kai,
照準
your
崩れてる
aim's
ぞ
off again. Whoops. The robot has already finished making its turn. I can see the parabolic antenna from my position. I hurriedly aligned the iron sights with it. My Model 2 is equipped with batteries. They're rather small. I have a 3-minute operational limit. That's why it's ideal to keep the laser aimed on Model 2 as it moves. And the robot suddenly stops moving again.
さっきよりミスが増えてる。
You're making more mistakes than before, by the way. If I don't look at the screen, I can't press the buttons properly. Juna complains, but she still keeps following my advice, refusing to take her eyes off Model 2.
ごめんね。
And I'm sorry that I can't make you move like Model 2,
ちゃんと動かせなくて。
すぐ慣れるさ。
I'll get the hang of it soon.
ジュン
June, put a blast of spirit into it.
ドンマイドンマイ。
It's okay, keep trying. No, us. Mistakes be damned. She's nothing like the girl who used to be scared of robots only half a year ago.
ジュンちゃんさ、
Hey, Jun-chan,
ロボにも
does Model 2
怖くない
scare you? Huh? Jun's hands stop moving as I talk to her. Looks like she can't talk and operate it at the same time. Nope, not at all.
私が操作す
When
る
I'm
と
operating her,
ちゃんと
she moves just like I want her to.
モーションだって
She even moves
私
just
の
like
もの
me.
使ってるしなんだか
In some ways,
自分の
she's sort of, feels like another me.
感じるの
Wild.
あの
Is that weird? Not at all. Like Yuho happily wraps her arms around Juno. Gay. Wah wah.
よかった
Ah,
ジュン
I'm so proud. I'm super duper ultra happy that you like robots now, June.
それもこれも
My
うちの
brainwashing
洗脳
worked.
工作のおかげだね
Poor Juna probably has no idea how to react to your bragging. But I guess I can't deny that Akio's pushiness might have had a tiny bit of an effect on her. POV change. Akiho POV. Meow. And it's a few days later. Okay, before that, I'm going to take a quick moment to figure out new drink. Yeah, yeah. I will be right back. Don't miss me too much. Unless, just kidding. No, don't miss me too much. I should be gone long. I finally returned. I hope you guys didn't miss me too much. I got myself some chai tea, because there was no more cold water, so chai tea time. I added a little bit of coffee, because I could. The sky is a pale blue. While gazing up at said sky, I hum the Gun Barrel theme song to myself. It's the season 1 theme, my favorite. It's also the ending theme, so its melody has a bit of a somber feeling to it. I think it fits our current situation perfectly. After the last few days of testing, we're finally transporting Gunbill 2 to the old airport in Nakatane. Gunbill 2 has been loaded atop a large truck. I stretch my arms out as it shakes and jolts. I feel like I'm an old lady leisurely driving a tractor after finishing the day's farm work. Car after car passes by us from behind. I remain seated in the truck bed and gaze far out at the ever-changing scenery that slowly drifts by. There's sugarcane fields stretching for miles and miles. It's almost time for harvest, so they're way taller than me. I like listening to them rustle as they sway in the wind. This kind of tranquil scenery really doesn't match the visual of the giant Gunbill 2 sitting in the truck bed. Just yesterday, the trucks the Naya-san got for us arrived at the TNSC. Which basically meant it was time for us to haul our butts out of the First Osaki office. We split the upper and lower body of Gunbill 2 yesterday, then loaded them onto 2 trucks first thing this morning. Us third years basically have no classes, so June and I were both there for it. Kai's on standby at the old airport. I can say I'm happy about all this. It feels like we're being forced to retreat after a brutal defeat in battle. It's not like we represent the island or anything, and we're not in any place to complain either. But I guess it feels like nobody really needs us at all, so I still feel pretty sad about it. With Gunbuild 1, things turned out the way they did because of our inexperience. It sucked, but I accept what happened. But with Gunbuild 2, with all our powers combined, we made something we could all be proud of, yet it feels like we've all been thrown away. I'm seriously worried. Meanwhile, June is sleeping soundly next to me, back against Gun Barrel, which is really cute. Like, I had heard that she could fall asleep anywhere, but seeing as how she's doing it here of all places, she must not get much sleep at all. She's got chores to do, and she's still practicing karate. She told me that because of that, she tries to find time for sleep wherever she can, even if it's only 1 to 2 minutes. For example, even on a truck bed in the middle of a cold winter's day. If I leave her like this, she might catch a cold. I try poking June's cheek with my fingertip. Whoa, you're mad soft. Yes, June's always had a baby face, but the springiness of her skin might be even more youthful than that. Man, I'm jealous. If only I had gone out for sports. Meh, wishing for the impossible isn't gonna get me anywhere. What if June's lying about her age? Hakuho, please. What if she's younger than she lets on? She's short and looks like a junior high kid, so... Her eyelids twitch slightly, but she shows no sign of waking up. The wind blows. It's getting chilly. There's about 10 kilometers separating the Tanegashima Space Center and the hangar in Nakatane. The truck we're riding in is plodding along at around 10 kilometers per hour, even slower when we go uphill. It's been about 30 minutes since we started moving. We're probably a little under halfway there. We've still got a ways to go. I like about Gunbuild 2's lower body lying on the truck bed. It's currently split up into 2 chunks. The upper body is in the other truck driving ahead of us. Naya-san is in the passenger seat of that one. Oh, and for the record, both drivers are JAXA personnel. It's huge! I can hear the trill voice of a child. When I look in the voice's direction, I find 2 elementary schoolers. They're both wearing backpacks and heading in the same direction as us. One is a boy wearing a yellow hoodie and a black backpack. The other's in shorts with a blue backpack. Are they headed home from school? Naturally, their eyes are focused on the truck bed we're riding in, or more specifically, Gunbelt 2. Our eyes happen to meet, so I wink at them as the friendly young lady I am. The 2 boys look at each other, then look back at me without as much of a smile. As much as a smile. Is that a rocket? Well, that was unexpected. They're close. They're a robot, not a rocket. A robot? It doesn't look like it. It's just junk. I wanted to see a rocket. Well, this is a lot annoying. And with the worst timing possible, the truck stops at a red light. As do the children. Time to show these kids a thing or two. Can you 2 use it all? Well, the 2 boys nod. I put on a smug smile and point a Gunbelt 2 behind my back. Take a look. Prepare to be amazed. The boys whip out their Pokecoms and do as told. Holding them up at face height, they peer through the screen. Whoa, what is that? Gunbarrel's legs. Ew, she said Gunbarrel. Nobody cares about the old crappy robot. Crappy robot? Both of you, sit down this instant. Vix is gonna teach you both a lesson. Wow, run away. And the boys flee just after the light turns green, and the truck starts. I lost my chance to chase them down, leaving me with nothing but leftover shock and anger boiling in my chest. I fear for the future of Japan. You're shouting. Did something happen? June sleepily tilts her head toward me. Good morning, June. Okay, did something sad happen? Yes, very sad. I wonder if funny when everyone's hearts have already grown apart from Gunbarrel. At least, that's how it's starting to feel to me. Alongside last year's episode leak were rumors that a large chunk of the staff had died mysteriously, as well as other stuff. And then, I guess I just wasn't ready to hear those kids call Gunbarrel an old crappy robot. For someone like me who loves Gunbarrel to the moon and back, it really hurts. Do you mind letting me pry into your chest for a little? Gay. Okay, not necessarily, but I had to. Huh? Huh? Okay, June's reaction is definitely gay, though. Clinging to Juno's chest, a trickle of tears drips down my cheek. It's been a while since I last came to the old airport. I've been going to the TNSCs virtually every day since Model 2's completion. And before that, I was focused solely on finding the Kimijima reports. This is Kai talking, not Akiho. Oopsie. Twipoho. And the video of Gunbuild 2 that we filmed for the expo, it'd be better if, aside from our meet and greet part, Gunbuild 2 looked cooler. I want to add some awesome BGM and SFX, but S-kun won't let me. I wonder if they'll be fine. It's not an anime, so I use BGM or SFX in the first place. Oh yeah, that kind of stuff would def help it. I'll go with the last one. Support. I think this might be my first time riding in the back of a truck. Leaving TNSC. Even though we hassled them a bit, the students agreed to our request with big smiles. The kids on the island are all really nice. I want to help them as much as I can. I did something bad to my daughter and her friends. It was security protocol, but we had to kick them out. But my daughter still rooted for me. It was such a relief. I promise that we'll both try our best. Come to think of it, this might be my first time here this year. I've been in this chilly warehouse playing Kill Balance since this morning. Thank goodness it's not so cold that my fingers go numb. This place has no electricity or stove to speak of, so winters are total hell. Yashio-senpai, what time did they say prototype Model 2 was set to arrive? Beats me. Subaru and I are the only ones in the hangar. Today, Model 2 is being removed from the first Osaki office. That's why Akiho and Gino went over there this morning. I'm on standby over here. Thanks to their efforts, I gotta sit here and play KB. We can go ahead and give Aki-chan a call if you want. No, there's no need. However, if it gets too late, I'll be going home. Are you done editing? Not yet. Subaru met up with me right after finishing school. By the way, Frau contacted me earlier. I don't really have anything to do there today, so I'm locking myself in the base. See ya. It's basically a progress report, so we have no real need for theatrics. It just needs a little editing is all. Subaru has been staring down at his Pokecomp for a while now. He's working on a video detailing the production process of Model 2 for submission to the Expo Committee. Exhibitors need to submit twice for the Expo, once 2 months prior and once right before. Should any faults arise during inspection, exhibition rights can be withdrawn. Our video inspection 2 months ago went by without a hitch. Though at the time, Model 2 was mostly incomplete. This will be the second submission. If there aren't any problems, we'll be given permission to have an exhibit at the Expo. We finished filming the day before yesterday, just before we were kicked out of the TMSC. After some light editing, we'll submit that video. It's about 10 minutes long. Subaru's in charge of that process. How does it look? Do you think we'll get disqualified? I don't know. This is a first for me after all. But considering Model 2's degree of completion, I don't believe there will be any issues. And that reminds me, didn't Aki-chan give you some footage? Are you adding that to the video as well? Yes. Subaru wears an uneasy smile on his face. Sometimes, I really find myself conflicted on whether our press is admirable or just insane. Uh-oh, what'd she screw up this time? No, nothing quite like that. Would you like to take a look? I should probably check just to make sure. Subaru sends me a link to download the footage. After downloading it, I hit the play button. Huh? You're filming already? I am Sanamiya Akiho, 18 years old, and president of the Chiwa Tanegashima High Robots Research Club. Robotics. Storm and Surge, Blast of Spirit, Gun Barrel, Jikeen! Well, how was that? Could you please say something of actual substance? That wasn't good enough?
やっぱり実物
Since you made a life-size gun barrel, I think its catchphrase is more than enough.
Take 2.
Take 2.
ちょっと待って。今
Wait, wait.
話す内
I'm
容
thinking of what to say.
普通でいいんですよ。
Just act
気を取らったコメントは
normal.
却
You
下
say
です。
anything too crazy, I'm cutting you off.
急に言われても
Give me a sec to think at least.
何かお題出して。
I know. Give me a topic.
では、万博に出
Fine.
るにあた
And
って
how
の
about your
抱負で
ambitions? What do you hope to accomplish by going to the expo?
抱負
My ambitions.
オッケー。
Okay, got it.
巨大ロボットは
Giant robots are my dream.
巨大ロボットは
Giant robots are admired by all.
巨大ロボットは
Giant robots are the heroes of children everywhere.
巨大ロボットは
Giant robots are the champions of justice.
うちは巨大
I
ロボット
really
が
love giant robots. Of course you do, Akihiro.
みんなも大好き
And I'd be super happy if everyone else loved them too.
はい、
Fine,
OK です。
we'll go with that. I see. After the video ends, I look up at Subaru. He simply shrugs at me.
ガンバレルの騒動のせいで
Thanks to the whole gun
ロボッ
barrel
トアニメに対す
controversy,
る偏見だらけ
mecha
にな
anime
りま
has
し
been on a decline.
たかつてのファンも
Former fans have distanced themselves from it one after another.
なのに部長は
Yet, despite
なん
all
で
of
今も
that,
ロボットのこと
our
をあん
ever
な
so
に無邪気に
simple-minded
語れるの
prez
か
can
な
stand proudly and talk about her love for them. How?
別に責めてるわけじゃなくて
I'm not
不
trying
思
to
議だったんで
criticize
す
or
よ
mind you. I just find it strange.
スバル君はひ
It's
ねくれ
because
て
you've
るから
grown far too cynical.
悪かった
My
ですね
apologies.
まあ疑問に
Nah,
思うのも
it's normal to
もっとも
question where that fire first comes from.
そもそも女子の
First and
ロボット
foremost,
アニメを
it's
あそこ
pretty
まで
rare
好き
in
で
general
見
for a
る
girl
のって
to love
珍しい
mecha
かもしれ
anime
ない
that much. I disagree because it is mostly due to Fujoshi that mecha gets to exist the way it does now.
結局のところ
At the end of the day,
アキちゃんはさ
Nake-chan is
一途
just,
なんだよ
well, earnest.
一途
Earnest.
小さい頃からずっと
She hasn't wavered once since she was a little kid.
頭悪いけど
She
そう
may
い
be
うところ
slow,
は
but
尊敬
I
に
respect
値す
that
るよ
about her.
頭悪いけど
Even if she is really slow.
それは
I'm
僕
well
も知ってま
aware.
す一途か
Earnest, huh?
付き合いの中に
Considering how
先
long
輩
you've
が言う
known
なら
her,
きっと
you
そう
must
なん
be
でしょう
right.
けなげとか
You could even rephrase it as
言い
commendable,
換えても良
or
さそう
perhaps a form of naive honesty.
僕は
And that
部
being
長の
said,
その原
I
動
have no
力
idea
が
what her
知
driving
りません
force
が
is.
そんなの分かりきって
Oh,
ること
come
じゃん
on. Isn't it obvious?
姉ちゃんの背中を
It's
一
just
生懸
chasing
命
after
追い
the
かけて
legacy of her older sister with all her heart and soul.
アキちゃんは腸がつくほど
Nake-chan has a
そんな
severe
ことね
sister complex. True.
意外ですね
I'm surprised. I didn't think it'd be that simple.
それはスバル
And again, that's because you've become far too cynical.
いちい
You,
ち指摘し
you
ない
really
で
don't have to point that out to me every single time. You must be pretty self-conscious considering how defensive he's getting.
でも
Anyway,
それで納
I
得しました
understand now. That's why she was
試
so
作1号
attached
機
to
にあそこま
prototype
で
Model
思い入れが
1.
あるのもそれが理由なんですね だけど
Her sister is the Tsunami of Misaki, correct?
あの人に追いつくのは
You can't imagine chasing after her legacy would be anything but a path of thorns.
まともにミサ姉に追いつ
Sure,
こうと
if
した
you
の
try to do it for real.
でも
But Misane left two things on this
唯一
island.
残している
The Robotics Club and its gun build
それがロボ
project.
部とガンツクプロジェクトだったわけでロボの完成が
And the formula is
イコー
pretty
ル
simple.
ミサ姉に追いつく
Completing the
こと
robot
って
equals
方程式
catching
な
up
ん
to
でしょ
Misane.
依存症なんじゃないですか
Isn't that just a form of dependence?
依存症
Oh, so.
お姉さんに対する依存に
Press
見
seems
えるんです
completely dependent on her sister.
自分のためじゃなく
And not for herself
お姉
either.
さん
She's doing it all for her sister.
そのために進学だけ
Isn't
犠
that
牲
why
にして
she's
いるわ
going
けで
as
す
far as to sacrifice her own post-graduation plans?
さすがに
She's only looking at the ephemeral, which my
僕の
intuition
感覚
tells
から
me
言わ
is
せて
utter
もらうと
nonsense.
ナンセンスです
Nonsense, this.
そう見えるのも
Or perhaps that's only because I'm far too cynical.
両立できるように
What?
頑
Are
張
you
る
trying to say that she needs to try and stand up on her own 2 feet?
スバル君だってそんな器用なことできてない
Even you aren't skilled enough to do that.
あ今の
And that was sarcasm, by the way. It's then that I hear a car horn blaring from outside. Our trailer swerves onto the airport apron. I figured Model 2 had finally arrived, but when I go outside to take a look... Yo. Doc hops out of the driver's seat.
早いねドク
You're early, Doc.
2号機はまだ到
Model
着してい
2
る
still
の
ain't here yet. With Model 2 being moved, we'll have to perform our reassembly work here at the hangar. And so, we asked the robot doctor here for support.
っていうかクレーンに乗っ
Wait,
てくるって
didn't you say you were gonna bring a crane with you? Like with Model 1, we're planning to use a mobile crane to stand the robot out. Yeah, the dock came in a large truck. And there's no crane, but there's something else loaded in the back.
クレーン車はもうすぐ
A mobile crane will be here soon.
だがその前に
But before that, I wanted to give this to you
お前らに渡そう
kids.
と思ってな
Was it? Nock's already wrinkled face wrinkles even further as he points to the truck bed. Whatever's in there is covered with a sheet.
なんです
What is that? A thing. Probably, most likely.
モノポールモーターだよ
Monopole motors. Let's go, more monopoles!
モーターならもう間に合ってる
We
のか
already have enough motors. Or are they spares?
なんだ
What?
僕から
Did the robotics
聞いてね
club
えの
not
か
sell you? As I've noted before, he's referring to Akihon in this case.
こいつはな
These are spare motors from Model 2, repurposed from
機
Model
用のモ
1.
ーターだ
1号機
From Model 1? No, that's right. Akiho's been chipping away on Model 1 while working on Model 2.
そのモーターの代金
Don't cover the
誰が
cost
払
for
ってるんですか
these.
1号機については
Since they're for Model 1, the Space Candy Company fronted the cash.
あの社長な
Looks like the president is a tad better that Jax has snatched the sponsorship from Model 2.
逆恨みしててな
何をバカな
That's ridiculous.
Nonsense
Nonsense, even.
試作2号機にだって
It's not like the
スペー
Space
スアメ
Candy
社は資金
Company
を出して
hasn't
く
been
れていま
providing
すし
funding for prototype Model 2.
メーカーロゴだって
We
ちゃ
even
ん
have
と
the
機体に貼
logo
ってあり
plastered
ま
on the
す
front of the robot.
詳しくは知
I
らね
don't
え
know
よ
the details. He probably just wanted Model 2 all to himself.
何にせよ
Either way, the president has been fronting the cash for
飛行機に
Model
金を
1.
出してたわけだからな去
Even though last year's activation test was a flop, the Robotics Club somehow managed to convince him to help out.
確かに時間を見つけて
she's
は
been
コ
working
ツコ
on
ツ
it in
と
her
一人で
spare
改良
time.
してたけど
モノポールモータまで発
Even if
注した
she's
となる
around
話は違って
going
きま
around
す
ordering monopole
さすがに
motors, I
相
wish she
談し
would
て
have
もらいたかった
consulted
で
us
すね
beforehand.
2号機との互換性
There
があ
ain't
るよう
nothing
に
to
作っ
worry
てんだ
about.
から
They're all
別に
compatible with
問題
Model
ねえだろ
2.
うが未知の技術で
And their motor's built with unknown tech,
いつ壊れ
so
た
who
ってお
knows
か
when
し
they
くない
might
んだぜ
break down. We
予
all
備
need
は必要
spares.
だろうまあそんなわけだ
Anyhow, come on and help me out. We gotta unload those beasts. These beasts, rather. Doc brought 6 extra motors with him. And you know what? This old dude may very well be more excited about this stuff than Akiho.
ところでスバル
And by the way,
ちょっと
Subaru,
提案
I
が
have somewhat of a proposal for you.
何です
And what is that?
パイルバンカの需要
What do you
は
think
あ
about
ると
pile
思うか
bunkers? And those were the last things M45 was equipped with. They gave me a real hard time back during Robo 1.
試作1号機から
And do
2
you
号機
intend
に
to
搭
equip
載
Model
しよう
1 or
とでも
Model 2 with them?
別にそういう
Not
わけじゃね
necessarily.
えよただ
It's just, well,
この年になって
in my old age.
巨大ロボ
I'm
の
kind of
扱い
awoken to
方
building
に
giant
目覚めちま
robot
ったな
parts.
今はロボットブームだし
Considering the current robot
需
boom
要はあ
and
りそうじ
all,
ゃ
who
ねえ
knows
か
when there might be a demand for this stuff.
なんならモノポールモーター
Hell,
だって
I could even start
売り
selling
物として
monopole
出して
motors.
もいいんだ
I'd
ぜ
pay you guys a material
お
fee
前
for
らに
them,
モ
of
ノポール
course.
の材料費を払ってな俺の予想じゃあと
Within the next 5
5年
years,
もしねえうちに
there'll be tournaments like
10メート
Robo
ル以上
1 before
の
giant
巨大ロボ
robots
に
over 10 meters
ロ
tall
ボ
like
1に似
that.
た大会が開かれるな
I think at that point they would just be called wars. I digress.
そうなりゃ
When that happens, there'd be a huge demand for shops dealing with giant robot parts for private use.
鉄春藤田ブラン
The
ドが
Fujita Tetsuharu brand could end up writing history for the giant robot industry.
これで燃えなき
And
ゃ
that doesn't get you
男
all
じゃねえ
fired
だ
up.
ろ
You ain't a man. It's like he's a totally different person now. Once an untalkative craftsman. And now a total mad scientist.
パイルバンカーはロマンです
Well,
か
I agree that pile
そんな
bunkers
物
would
騒
be
な
a
ものの
dream.
需要はあ
I
り
doubt
ませ
there'd
ん
be a demand for such dangerous things.
そう
Subaru's not buying what Doc's selling.
か
A dream,
ロ
eh?
マンか
Glad to see that some
お
of
前
you
らみたい
youngins
なガ
get
キで
it.
もそう感じるんだな結構
Good enough. More than good enough. And that's the face of someone who totally intends on building them. It's not a bad thing that he's this energetic, but this might be overdoing it. What the hell happened to the guy who was on the verge of death only a few months ago? It's a beat time. Ah. Warm drink was a good idea, actually. Twips. There isn't anything more sad than Conferral drifting away from the hearts of children. Isn't what really matters is if you like it or not? It's because that incident was so public. Nothing you could do about that. I didn't think it was a good series in the first place. I'll go with the first one. Isn't what really matters is if you like it or not? I will never hate it, I promise. Thinking about it, Takaki-kun from our dojo doesn't talk about Gunferrel anymore. Arrived at hangar. Assembly is finished. Liftoff is a go! Liftoff, success. So hyped! Living in the middle of the night during the winter, I'm worried my son is turning into a bad boy. Huh? I was supposed to go drinking with Yurie, but the call isn't connecting. Where is she? Jeez, as expected. She can't use all the Pokecom's features. That night, after going home and eating dinner, I head out to resume my search for the last Kimijima report. While I was wandering around, Sister Centipede hit me with some unexpected intel, resulting in me dropping by Ichikawoka Park. It really isn't here. On the second floor of the old community center, I exit the building and click my tongue. What was the info the Sister Centipede gave me? She told me that the AR annotation for Kimijima Report number 1 had vanished. Back when I accidentally downloaded Report number 1 to my Pokecom, I made sure to return the original data back to the old community center. After that, whenever I swung by the park, I checked to make sure the AR annotation was still there. It remained in place even after the Iro maintenance last month. But now it's gone. You can't download Kimijima Report number 1 without entering the password, right? That's correct. Sister Centipede answers in her usual mechanical tone. On Christmas Eve, Irene and Sister Centipede found themselves on the verge of being erased during 8-row maintenance. Yep, here she is. Or they're at the very least here Sister Centipede is, memory still intact. Unfortunately, Irene hasn't appeared a single time since then. I assume you know who downloaded it? Correct. The current holder of report number 1 original data is... Irie-san. Ah. Irie-san. Irie Mizuka? Hold on. Mizuka-san doesn't own a Pokecom. So how would she be able to see the annotation and enter the password? If nothing else, when Irie-san input the password, she possessed a Pokecom. Did she borrow one from Michi like last time? I attempt to call him, but after he answers in a drunken stupor, I immediately hang up. Looks like that's not the case. It's possible she borrowed one from family, bought one, or she actually did own one and never told anyone. There are quite a few ways she could have. Who told Mizuka-san that the password is hidden hand? Like when I asked her about the reports a while ago, I know I didn't leak the password. At least I don't think I did. Unknown. There's no record of Sister Centipede ever offering such information to Irie-san. As for Airi, that is unknown. Irie-san has known Airi for over 10 years, so it's possible she told her. So it was her. However, Irie-san has attempted to enter the password Kimijima Report number 1 multiple times. A total of 36 times, to be exact. Wait, she failed 35 times. Yes, considering that fact, it would be appropriate to assume that she figured it out on her own. When I first asked Mizuka-san about Airi, she already knew about the Kimijima reports. She also didn't seem too fond of Airi. And when I was attempting to surf last month, Mizuka-san never once spoke to Airi, I think. Yet they both said that they met each other in the past. How are they connected? And that's when I realize. Misane. Her face appeared on the back of my mind, leaving me stunned. Yeah, Misane and Mizuka-san are best friends. Nakiho and I can barely get in touch with Misane, but she still goes out of her way to talk to Mizuka-san. But who cares? Why am I associating Misane with any of this? Am I actually suspicious of her?
いや、疑ってるって
No way.
何を
What's there to
疑う
be
わけ
suspicious of? Proceeds to think of how she's been suspicious. A few possibilities come to mind, but they're all so unrealistic that I can't help but laugh.
何にせよ
Either way,
水香さんと
we're
話
gonna
す
have
必
to
要
have a chat with Mizuka-san. It's already past 10 at night, so the store is closed. There's likely no point in calling either. I don't know any other way to contact Mizuka-san, so I have no choice but to see her tomorrow directly. I just hope she's there. I exit the store. I can't help but sigh. I take it she's not there. Let's look at some twips, though. Test operation again today. Huh? Where did Kai go? It was just here. Hey, I just found an illustration of Tanegashima and Yakushima personified. And what is this? Popular Yakushima has World Heritage branded on its bottom, and just Tanegashima goes on the attack. They really get me. Yahoo! But Yakushima is tsundere, right? I get it. They're gonna cuddle with Tanegashima. Why? Guess you need me. Tanegashima gets all flustered. Wah, I want to read a thin book about it. I don't know what's going on, but come to the hangar. Testing's about to begin. I'm just getting heated up, but club activity's gone in my way. Wall punch. It's almost graduation. I don't think I'd be operating a robot around this time, but this feels right. I still haven't decided what I'm going to do. Can't run away from reality forever, lol. Getting over it is important. Maybe you're becoming one of us. I'm not going to respond just because I don't know if it's a bad idea to respond to twips without being told, hey, respond to these twips. So, hello from Space Candy. We're stepping up production of the scheduled rocket launch date. Rocket launch schedule made up by Aerosphere Company in America. Unlike the H-2A rocket, this one is quite simple and will only take a month to complete. Aerospace Company also referenced the H-2A's rocket's measurements, so the size of the launch pad is almost exactly the same. Convenient. Mitsuka-san wasn't there, called it. Her mom was at the register and told me that she went out for the day. I asked her if there was any way to get in touch with her, but got a note from my troubles. I guess she's been keeping her Pokecom a secret from her folks, too. Mizuka-san, what exactly are you trying to do? Are you just curious about the Kimijima reports and trying to collect them like me? That'd be the best case scenario. That reminds me. Back when I had asked her to coach me at surfing, she said something kinda strange when we finished. Don't get yourself wrapped up in strange things, Kai. Turn back while you still can. Don't be an idiot and try to shoulder everything all on your own. Otherwise, you'll never be able to come back from the other side. Mizuka-san knew that I was searching for the Kimijima reports. Yet, she took report number 1 without saying a word to me. Is she hiding something? I think she's hiding a lot of things. But again, I ask you to tread carefully. If they learn you are reading this, your life becomes forfeit. I think back on the warning in Kimijima report number 6 and shudder. I can't help but check my surroundings. It's then that I realize my throat is parched. I open the fruit sour melon I just bought and gulp it down. I'm overthinking this. Sort of paranoia is common for hardcore conspiracy theorists. I want to believe that, but I can't. And the contents of the Kimijima reports are no conspiracy theory. Considering the events that occurred over the last half a year, I know it's all true. If I keep telling myself it's just paranoia, I'll trip up trying to escape reality, and there'll be no turning back. I know it. But either way, I want to know where Mizuka-san is. Not knowing is making me feel extremely uncomfortable, irritated even. I should probably give up going to club today. I doubt it's gonna happen, but there's still a chance I could be attacked by someone. Which means I should search for report number 7 on my own. If I run around the island, I might bump into Mizuka-san as well. I have no clue where the last report is. I'm just gonna have to wander about and hope I get lucky. It can't be denied that the AR annotation is located somewhere on the island. Okay, I know where it is. It is at Cape Copacabana, whatever. That one. Cape Kadokura. And there's Twips to look at. Kai, ditching at a time like this. I'll make June the official operator if this continues. Now then, we'll decide who is better in a direct challenge. I have no issue with that. Rather than being mad at me for ditching, you should compliment Jin-chan's progress. Honestly, yeah, let's go with that one. Getting used to operating. At least I'm no longer nervous. And Model 2-chan might be kind of cute. Am I the only one who thinks this? Cute. I guess I'll go take a look at the robot tomorrow since it's here at the old airport. As an ex-member of FNASTA, I felt awkward showing my face at TNSC. Fair. I didn't mean to close that. There we go. It should be on the Torii gate, right? Center of the Torii gate. There's 2 of them, so it might not be this one. Oh no, I see it. It's right there. You guys ready to find out what's in the next Kimijima report? Kimijima report number 7. The final report. So this is where he hid it. There's a small park in Cape Kadokura with a monument commemorating the arrival of firearms on the island. Way in the back is an old gate and an unattended shrine. There's a viewing platform built for tourists, but there's not much to see, so the foot traffic is low. This is the 7th report. I didn't think I'd find it today. Beginning download of Kimijima report number 7. Wait, stop! I hurriedly stopped Sister Centipede. I've been meaning to ask you. If I unlock the 7th report, the data from the reports will be spread around the world, right? And that's what was written on the end of report number 6. Report number 7 is the key to distributing the reports worldwide. And it's terrifying info that only I have access to on Tanegashima will be spread all over the world via Eaterall. How does the timing work? Do the files go out once I download the report, or does it work differently? It's appropriate to assume that it would occur after downloading and opening the file in the application.
ああ、そう。
Nah,
じゃ
okay.
あとりあえ
Got
ず
it.
ダウンロード
Start the
開始。
download.
はい
Understood. Now what should I do? I still haven't really figured that out. I did lots of pondering over it, but I still haven't found an answer yet. Kimijima report number 7 is in my hands right now. Is it okay? Is it really okay to release this stuff to the public? Like the report said, once the ball starts rolling, there's no stopping it. The info will take a life of its own. Billions of people will read it. It'll be analyzed from every angle imaginable. If I take no time at all for people to figure out that I'm the source, it did. People around the world hold different values. For every grateful person, there'll be someone who condemns me for the chaos. If I distribute the files right now, I doubt the expo will go untouched. It may not get to go.
アキちゃんに怒られちゃうな。
Aki-chan would be really upset. Maybe I should have quit the robotics club. But this is Akiho we're talking about. She'd never accept that. Crap, I'm going in circles once again. I'm not even remotely prepared for this right now. There's too much I'd have to throw away if I release this to the public. But I'm also not going to come to an answer by just sitting here. If another solar storm arrived and wide-scale terrorism broke out because I took my time, I don't think I could live with the regret.
君島こうもやってくれ
What
る
if you got me into Kimijima-ko?
厄介な役
You're
目
gonna
を
leave
押
me
し
with
付け
all
てくれ
the
ちゃって
heavy lifting.
悩む必要なんてないさ。
You don't need to worry about a thing. And the sudden voice coming from behind me nearly gave me a heart attack. I turn around to face the voice. And appearing from the shade of the trees is the very person I tried to see this morning. Hi, Mizuka-san.
水香さん
Mizuka-san. When did she get there? And the cape hasn't been maintained properly for at least 7 to 8 years, so the trees are overgrown and full of blind spots. That's why if she really wanted to That's why if she really wanted to hide from me, I never would have noticed her. But that doesn't matter. Everything's fine. How long has she been hiding there? And why? It's as though she knew I'd come here. But that's impossible. I came here after searching blindly for the last report. It's pure coincidence that I found the Kimijima report here. I might not have even come here today. So why is Misuka-san acting like it's obvious that I'd be here? Or maybe... she wasn't waiting for me. She was following me?
カイ、
Kai,
今すぐ手を
you
引
have
く
to back out of this. Now.
どういうこと
What do you mean?
どうもこうもない。
Exactly what I just
そ
said.
のままの意味だ。
Nothing more, nothing less.
君島レポートは
Under no circumstances can you come in contact with the
呪いみ
reports.
たいなもんだ。
They're a curse. And twisting, and twisting. Oh, Juno POV. Interesting. I thought for sure it was going to be Akiho again. Model 2-chan stands on the wide runway. She's been walking and dancing around since this morning. The sky stretches as far as the eye can see. And a giant robot underneath it. I'm operating her at the moment. I feel like just having a blast, and that makes me happy too. When we were still performing tests at the TNSC, it felt a little cramped because we were indoors. I'm actually pretty glad we moved locations. Though, I could never say that to Akina-chan. Yowza! Makiho-chan is nearly blown away by the gust of wind. By a gust of wind. She hurriedly holds down the hem of her skirt. It's been like this today since the morning. The wind is really strong. The runway is completely clear, so we feel it even more. I'm gonna go change into my work clothes. Are you gals okay? I'm wearing leggings, so... Spats. I just want to go home. Kojiro-san, your underwear is showing again. Subaru, you'd better not be looking. I'm not. What utter nonsense. Hinaka-kun's been facing away the whole time. I'm really grateful for how considerate he's being. But it's still embarrassing. I may be wearing leggings, but it doesn't make it any less embarrassing when my skirt flares up. Model 2-chan isn't wearing a skirt, so she's fine. I mean... by that logic, Model 2-chan's all naked. By the way, in my mind, Model 1-kun is a boy, and Model 2-chan is a girl. I decided that on my own. Model 1-kun is built big and bulky with a thick frame, so he seems more like a boy. But Model 2-chan has a more slender figure, with legs that are even slimmer than mine. I mean, I guess... proportionately. And most importantly, she moves like me. I come to think of her as another me. So, it'd be a problem if she wasn't a girl. After making amends with Grandpa Fujita, I started seeing robots as our friends. And because of that, I'm not scared of them anymore. Lately, Grandpa Fujita has been putting the old robots outside of his store on the weekends. The neighborhood children come over to play all the time now. Grandpa's regained his passion for robots and started making all sorts of weird things. He doesn't really attend to visitors, so I end up watching the kids and taking care of the robots, even controlling them myself sometimes. I'm honestly pretty happy that this is the new normal. Cute, wholesome. Alright, sorry team. Continue the test. Akiho runs off toward the hangar to change her clothes, but it's more like she's speed walking. Alright, let us continue. Hidaka-kun points the laser mount toward Model 2-chan. His own laser duty for the day. Mostly because Yashio-kun isn't here. Advance and return, then crab walk. Do each 10 times for one set. Okay. I nod, and then input the commands into the Pokécom I'm holding. I fix my gaze firmly onto Model T-chan. This is the key to skillfully operating her, just like Yoshio-kun taught me. I used to always look at my Pokécom every time I tried to make her move. Well, thanks to Yoshio-kun's advice, I've gotten pretty used to controlling her. Not that I don't still make a bunch of input mistakes, but I'll definitely have it done completely by the time the expo rolls around. Because I have a job lined up, I may not be able to go to the expo much, but I still want to help out when I can. Another strong gust of wind blows by, a cold breeze carrying the scent of the ocean. It feels like my entire body is about to get blown into the sky. My hair's a total mess now. I've completely given up on trying to fix it. And because I'm holding my Pokécom with both hands, I can't keep the hem of my skirt down. Thank goodness for these leggings. But it's still embarrassing. After enduring the gust of wind, I return my eyes to Model T-chan. The upper body is wobbling and shaking. She's not gonna fall over, right? It's making me feel kinda uneasy. When I was little, I got pinned under Yoshiro-kun, a robot Grandpa Vegeta build. And because of that, I spent 10 years hating robots. I love Yoshiro-kun now, but despite that, every once in a while, I get flashes of those memories. And whenever they come up, I find myself trembling. Sweetie, that's called PTSD. Just imagining Model T-chan falling over on me makes me go cold. She's so much bigger than Yoshiro-kun. I wouldn't just get injured, I'd die. But everything should be fine with Kojiro-san's auto balancer doing its thing. Please don't fall over. I go back to inputting commands. Model T-chan's leg movement is a little awkward. The start of her motion has been a little weird since this morning. It didn't feel this way when we were at the TNSC. It's slower than usual, but only by a little bit. And it's not a command input miss on my end. It's after the walking motion starts, in the middle, it feels like something is getting caught on something else. Is it because of the surface of the runway? The testing ground at the Space Center had a clean, flat floor. There's a slight incline here. And the surface hasn't been maintained in close to 15 years, so the asphalt is all cracked and rough. That's probably what's causing this. Maybe I should report it to Hidaka-kun and Akiho-chan, just in case. Yes. Instead of my eyes met with Hidaka-kun's. Daitoku-senpai, are you listening? Huh? Mom, were you talking to me?
もしかして私のこと
I was certainly trying to. Hidaka-kun answers while looking away. I screwed up again.
ごめんね
I'm sorry. I was too focused on operating the robot. Not necessarily a bad thing, but... Did I make him angry?
何
So, what is it? Once you finish these tests, we'll be doing maintenance. Please move prototype Model 2 off the runway and into the garage. Okay. I'll do that. Oh, that's all. I was bracing myself to get lectured. Hidaka-kun's a second year, but is always lecturing Akiho-chan. Please continue. Osu. I missed my chance to mention the leg problem. Isn't it cold? God, I wish a boy would come in and brace me from behind. He'd have to be naked to give me the most heat, though. That's just common sense. But not you, Four Eyes. Well, if you did do it, I'd hold a sexual harassment charge over your head to blackmail you. Then you do whatever I want.
何が言いたいんだ
What exactly is it that you're trying to say?
すごく
It's very cold. Brr.
もう少し我慢してくれ
Deal with it for just a little longer.
サボった
If you have any
吉尾
other
先輩に言うんだ
complaints, feel free to issue them towards Yoshio senpai, who skipped out today.
むしろ
Actually, you complain instead. Now.
は
What?
あのダメ先輩を
Just lay into that impertinent senpai of yours and punish him deep and hard.
もちろん敬語攻め
But
も
you
言っ
have
た
to
く
be
な
ultra polite when you do it. It makes a huge difference.
デュー
Or Isaac senpai was the way to go. I won't accept any objections.
メガセンって
What exactly does for Isaac senpai mean? Don't worry about it.
メガネヤシオ先輩
It
が
refers to you and Yashio senpai. Well, what else would it mean?
生命がガチャド
For a time, I believed senpai X4S was heresy. But now,
深い
don't ask for details. As always, Kojiro-san speaks in an alien language. You're playing Destiny 2 right now and an NPC keeps on saying what the whenever Rouse says some such shit. Nice. Even Hidaka-kun doesn't understand what she's saying.
大徳先輩手が止まってます
Daitaka-senpai, your hands have stopped. No, sorry. I hurriedly resumed inputting commands. It happened again. Just getting caught up when she moves. I can't shake off this sense of discomfort. But how do I put it into words? Just saying something feels off isn't enough. I wish Yoshio-kun was here. Then we could discuss things as fellow operators. Stop it, Gina. I can't just ignore this feeling. That's the whole point of these tests. I'll say it. I'll tell Hidaka-kun. But if I'm just imagining things, he might get mad at me.
Hi?
Yes. Hidaka-kun shoots me a glance.
ちょっと
There's a little,
何です
a what?
私の
This might just be my imagination, but
回りくどい言い方は
please
やめ
stop
てくだ
beating
さい
around the bush.
報告なら
If you have something to
簡潔にお願いし
report,
ます
keep it brief.
雑談ならするつも
I'm
りは
not
ない
here
の
to
で
chat, so
テ
please
ストに
focus
集中
on
して
the
ください
test. He won't even make eye contact with me. I'm already falling apart. I hope Akiko-chan gets back soon. No, what am I doing? I'm relying on other people again. This is exactly why he never produced any results in karate. Find the courage, Gina. You decided you were going to change when you made amends with Grandpa Fujita.
日高くん
Hidaka-kun.
何ですか
What is it?
そんな
Can,
嫌そうな顔
can you stop looking so upset with me?
日高くんが
If you don't like me, then that makes sense, but...
しょうがないけどちゃんと
But I want you to at least look at me when we talk. Subudi starts hurriedly adjusting his glasses. What's wrong?
別
別に
I don't
嫌いというわけ
dislike
じ
you
ゃ
or
ない
anything
です
like that. Huh? In other words, you like her. Piss off and die, normies.
なんでそうなる
Stop jumping to conclusions.
そうじゃなくて
That's not what I mean.
女子
I'm
と
just
話すのが
bad at talking to girls.
特に
Especially you,
Daitoku-senpai.
Daitoku-senpai.
一
You're the
番
most girly
女子
person
っぽいの
here.
で
女
I'm
子っぽい
girly?
の
In other words, you're shy. I get it.
うるさいぞ
Shut up, Fudogori. Hinaka-kun's as irritated as always. Huh. So he doesn't dislike me. Just hearing that makes me feel a little better. I always thought of Hidaka-kun as some kind of perfect Superman. But even he has his flaws. Thinking of it that way, he comes off like a younger boy trying to act mature. In that sense, he is a little like my little brothers. I feel a sense of closeness with him. I really should have talked to him about this a long time ago. But thanks to what happened, I feel more comfortable talking to him now. I get this weird feeling when Model 2-chan
ちょっ
walks.
と違和感が
違和感
A weird feeling. Hinaka-kun's expression suddenly changes. He removes the laser replacement alignment from the parabolic antenna and prepares to listen to me. He looks me straight in the eyes.
詳しく聞かせてください
Please tell me the details.
本当に
That's
ちょっ
a
とだけ
really
の
tiny
些
little
細な
feeling.
感じなんだけどもしかしたら
It might just be because the ground here is
デ
raw.
コボコしてるからだけかもしれないし
いいから本題を
Please just get to the
違
point.
和感という
Tell me about this
具体
weird
的にはどん
feeling.
な足を動かすと
After the leg starts moving,
動作を
there's a
始めた
second
後
where it feels like it
一
sort
瞬だけ
of
硬
locks
直
up.
ができるっていうか
There,
の
I can't really put it into words very well.
できなくて
I'll just...
いえそういうこ
Don't
とは
worry
もっ
about
と
it.
早めに言って
Next
く
time
だ
this
さい
happens,
かなり
please let me know ASAP. This is very important.
ごめん
I'm
ね
sorry.
モーターのギアが
The motor gear could be damaged, or maybe the tip of the foot is just simply getting caught on the ground. I'll need to inspect it myself to know for sure. Huh? Makiko-chan comes jogging back in her new clothes. Short sleeves on a day like this? Isn't she cold?
守備は
What's up? He's not moving anymore.
止まってる
Are you already done with the tests?
それは
That's, It feels like I'm getting in the way of the tests. I consider apologizing to Hidaka-kun, but he speaks before I can.
部長レーザーチューザ
Press,
ーの
could you handle operating the
お願いでき
laser
ます
replacement?
いいけど
Sure, but...
大徳先輩の指摘
I'm
が気に
curious
なりま
about
す
what Daitoka-senpai pointed out.
僕が足元で見て
I'll
ます
go watch from up close.
もう一度動
Could
か
you
しても
move
らっ
it
ていい
again?
ですか
Hidaka-san... Hidaka-kun says that before running off to her Model 2-chan. Tanaji-san said like that while testing, we should stay at least 10 meters away from Model 2-chan. When we were working on the TNSC, we always made sure to follow this rule. But it's been a long time since we were back at the hangar. We were also absorbed in making our new friend Model 2-chan walk. We're getting careless. There are no adults around. Not our supervisor, Tanoji-san, nor our advisor, Mr. Nakafukada. No Grandpa Fujita to scold us for our sloppiness. No adults at all. The only people at the airport are us kids. Kids who know nothing of how the world really works. That's why. When that happened, it might have been inevitable. Move it, please! Hidaka-kun stands at the feet of Model 2-chan and turns and waves both his arms at us. I explained the situation to Akiho. Upon Hidaka-kun's signal, I input the command. Her activation is slow again. I'm certain I input the command properly. It's only made some kind of clonk just now. Clonk clonk. Right? Is it a lack of power? All systems are green. Hidaka-kun uses both arms to indicate to us to make it walk again. Hidaka-kun should really move away from the robot. It's dangerous. Then say something. So I say, but instead of motioning to him to do so, I just make the robot move forward. Hidaka-kun has a serious expression on his face as he observes Model 2-chan's legs while it moves. Do you see anything? Akiho-chan's words are drowned out by a powerful gust of wind, so he likely didn't hear her. Maybe we should stop for now. Another bug. I'm getting kind of tired of them. If only we had one more person who knew a lot about mechs. Subaru has school, and Doc is still healing up, so we can't push him too much. Are there any skilled people out there who'd like to be your exclusive mechanic? Hidaka-kun continues to show no sign of backing away from the robot. Fucking idiot. This time, he sends me a signal to make a turn on the spot. Model T-chan is already almost 50 meters away from me. I guess he wants me to make a turn and head back this way. The turn command isn't like the advance command. It requires 4 well-timed presses of the same button for a 90-degree turn. A 180-degree turn requires doing the same command twice. 1, 2, 3, 4. We tap away at the Pokecom screen. Model 2-chan takes small steps and slowly starts to face me. Just then, another strong gust of wind blows across the runway. It's so strong that I nearly fall over. I can't help but close my eyes and crouch low to the ground. Oh yeah! Kojiro-san falls over and lands on the ground with her butt in the air. You can see the robot just about to fall on Subaru. I like that he has his arms up, like he can catch the robot or something. Her panties are totally exposed. She needs to hurry up and cover herself. But I shouldn't have been focused on her. In that moment, I failed to do as Yoshio-kun had said. If you're so indecisive with where to look, you're not going to be able to react in time should an unexpected situation suddenly pop up. I had taken my eyes off of Model 2-chan. Look out! Hearing Akiho scream, I quickly turned back to Model 2-chan. All 8 meters of her body are leaning at an unnatural angle. What? Everything goes white. Was she hit by a gust of wind while turning? Or did something break? I don't know, but with the dust-colored sky as the backdrop, Model Chiton, seemingly in slow motion, begins to topple over. Below her was... This is really bad. And then she crashes down. Monkey Ho-chan dashes toward Model T-chan after she collapses. No, ambulance. I'm calling an ambulance. Despite her confusion, Kojiro-san is trying to call for help on her Pokécom. But me? I can't move. Where's Hidako-kun? What's happened to him? I can't see him. I don't see him anywhere. All I see on the runway is the collapsed Model T-chan. There's no sign of Hidako-kun anywhere. No. I did this. Please be safe. Please be okay. I don't care if you have to take my life instead. Unless I pray to the powers that be. I'm terrified. I'm utterly terrified. I can't move. My body sinks to the ground. All I can do is wrap my arms around myself as I tremble so hard that it feels like I'm having a seizure. Two things. First thing, Subaru, why were you so close to the damn robot? Like, you would think out of all of them, he would be the one to know better, right? Fucking dumbass. Second of all, why were they even operating the robot while it was super fucking windy anyways? I get that they're kids, but Jesus fucking Christ, they're stupid. Anyways, let's look at some twips. Maybe them panicking about it. I compliment June a lot. You'd know if you were here. The wind is strong today. As June and Frau both changed, everyone showed up for testing. We are united. Kai, you're the only one who hasn't changed. It's cold. I want to go home. I'm gonna cough out blood from all the excitement about Tanegashima and Yakushima. Frau and her freaking island ship. Where did Riego? She's not even calling back. I can't pick up the proteins that are ordered without an IOU. Okay, so it hasn't happened yet. Or at least they haven't whipped about it. And the sounds of waves resounds faintly from below the cliffs. There's nobody else here. The only living people around are me and Mizuka-san. We're glaring at each other. Mizuka-san knows something. The mere minute conversation... mere minute or mere minute? I don't know. Conversation of ours confirmed it all. Mizuka-san said it's a curse. She caught me completely off guard saying that. I tried to calm my heart rate, brace myself to run away at a moment's notice, and try making a smile. A curse. Kinda unscientific, no? I didn't think you were into the whole... And don't play dumb, I'm being serious. No, scary. My armpits are already starting to sweat. Thanks, Kaido. Needed that visual. I'm even more nervous than I thought. It feels like I'm a rabbit getting stared down by a fox. Boony. As far as I'm concerned, There are two older women in this world I never want to make my enemy. Misane and Izuka-san. I don't stand a chance against them. I have no idea what she was thinking. I'm incredibly confused. We go way back, and yet I've never seen her make that face before. But if I shut up and do as she says, nothing gets solved. I will never know the truth. I can't back down from this. Now that we're facing each other, I just gotta go for it. I know you have Kimijima report number 1, Mizuka-san. Please answer me. Are you my friend or my enemy? Mizuka-san lets out a troubled sigh. You may learn something you wish you hadn't. What's she talking about? This isn't just your problem. Something that's been kept hidden for over 10 years may come to light. So you are hiding something. And it sounds like whatever that is, you don't want me or the world to know. Yeah, that's right. Mizuka-san doesn't hesitate and speaks clearly. I wish I could have lived a simple life like you or Aki. And this world is more ugly and foul than you think. But even in that world, there are people who are doing their best just to live their lives. Do you get it, Kai? You have to back out of this. And you're just beating around the bush, Mizuka-san. And it's not enough to convince me to do anything. We're talking about genocide on a worldwide scale. And if you have some sort of card you can play that'll get me to turn my back on that, you need to play it. I swallowed back my breath. Yeah, I was really forcing myself to play tough just now. Did it work? Your move, Mizuka-san. Quite frankly, I wouldn't be surprised if she whipped out a gun and shot me in the forehead right now. That's how intense her aura feels to me. Say something, Mizuka-san. I can't endure this silence. Nothing in KB prepared me for this kind of tension. Mizuka-san. Don't tell me you're from the Committee of 300, or the Tavistock Institute. Am I wrong? It looks like she didn't understand my question. She looks confused. She doesn't appear to be acting. You didn't come here to kill me? Kill you? Me? How stupid are you? Very, but that is beside the point right now, methinks. Then... you might think this is some kind of fun treasure hunt. But you're just opening up old wounds, Kai. And that's why I've been trying to tell you from the start. Our conversation isn't lining up. Listening to her, it sounds like you're trying to protect someone. I get the feeling the words she's talking about aren't her own. Who are you protecting? I'm trying to stop you because I don't want you to know. Which means it's someone I know. And if it's someone we both know, that narrows down the options quite a bit. Mizuka-san clicks her tongue in response. Kai, I don't want to talk about this
これ
any
以上あん
farther.
たと話したくない。
Just listen to what I'm telling
いい
you.
から言うこと聞きな。
No. I'm gonna have to fight a little harder than that, Mizuka-san.
それは俺に対しての
Was that a
頼み
request?
言
You're
う
gonna
こと
beat
聞
me
か
in
せ
a
たいな
match
ら
then.
まず俺と勝負して勝つことだね。
My attempt at challenging her also serves as a means with which to push myself forward. Don't get scared. If you back down, it's over.
もちろん勝負の内
And of
容はキル
course,
バラ。
that'd be in Kill
俺
Ballad.
の土俵に上がってきてもらう。それとも
Or,
例の
will
ゲ
you
ロマ
tell
ス
me
ファッション
everything
フ
you
ルーツ
know
マ
if
ン
I
を
eat
1個
one
食
of
べれ
those
ば
revolting
水香さ
passion
ん持
fruit
ってる情
things?
報を洗いざらい話してくれるわけ？
いい加減にしな。
Knock it off.
ガ
This
キの遊
isn't
びじゃ
some
ないんだよ。
gang. Yes,
そ
it
れ
is.
はこっちも同じ
I
だ。
could say the same to you. I falter a bit from the immense pressure coming off of Mizuka-san as I frantically respond to her words.
水香さんが全部
If you
話し
tell
てく
me
れるな
everything,
ら
I wouldn't
そっ
mind
ちの
doing
要
as
求
you
に乗っ
say.
てもいいけどさ。
だから。
I said I don't want to
神に
tell
話
you,
したくない
Kai. Unexpectedly. Far too suddenly. A melody begins to play out in the tranquil little park. The sound quality is very low.
何そこ
What
の
is
音。
this?
かごめかごめ。
Kagome, Kagome. It's playing from both of our Pokecoms. It's happening again. This isn't the first time. An indiscriminate transmission. Forcibly sent to everyone's Pokecoms in a specific area. And regardless of your ringtone settings, it always plays the Kagome Kagome melody upon arrival. If you answer the call, you're greeted with the facts like transmission sound in a strangely high frequency. And the Kimijima reports warned of this Kagome Kagome melody, but nowhere was it written who was sending it, or the intentions of the sender. Is this Mizuka-san's doing? But she looks just as confused as I am. She takes out her Pokecom and looks at the monitor like she's seen a ghost.
誰からの電話か。
Do you know who's calling? I shake my head. If Mizuka-san doesn't know. Was it sheer coincidence that it rang out this time?
ゲジネ
Sister Centipede. I call out to Sister Centipede. You know, as opposed to anyone else that you would just call by not their name.
はい、ヤシオさん。
Yes, Yoshio-san.
このかごめかごめの発信
Can
先
you
を特
identify
定で
the
きない。
source of this Kagome Kagome melody? Your
不
phones.
可能です。
Impossible.
ゲジネーの能力は
Sister
通信
Centipede's
傍受
functions
で
do
は
not
なく
include call
特定のキー
interception.
ワードを
I
検
can
索
search
し
for
て
keywords
無
and
差
collect
別に
related
それに関
info.
連する情報を収集することであり
Damn it, useless. I give up on trying to go through Sister Centipede. This is I'm thinking of what to do next.
誰？
Who is it? Mizuka-san answers the call. A painful noise comes out from her Pokecom. Despite standing a ways away, it's loud enough for me to hear it clearly.
この
What's
音。
this noise?
水香さん電話切って
Mizuka-san, hang up! It's so unpleasant that I instantly cover my ears with both hands. She cuts the call and the sound stops. Silence returns to the area. Feeling relieved, I sit down on a nearby bench and catch my breath.
なんだったんだ。
What was that? Ignoring me, Mizuka-san turns away and starts walking slowly, but awkwardly. The park at Cape Kadokara is on top of a cliff. And there's waist-high fencing, and beyond that is the cliff. She's heading toward the fencing. Don't tell me she's trying to run.
Mizuka-san,
Mizuka-san, we're not finished talking yet. Mizuka-san doesn't even attempt to answer me. For some reason, she's hitting her hug and twisting her waist around, and she keeps walking toward the fencing. Please tackle her or something. Are you listening?
なんだこれ
What's going on?
なんで急に
What is it doing? Tackle her. She's acting strange.
どうしたの？
Hey, is something wrong?
カイ
Kai,
悪いけどさ
sorry, but could you lend me a
手
hand?
貸してくんないなんかこいつ
The damn thing seems to be acting up. I immediately recognized what she was referring to. And then I realize Mizuka-san's forehead is covered in sweat. She's smiling, but her face is incredibly strained. Like she's doing her best to put on a brave face. Even though she looked so calm and collected before.
どうしたんだよ。
What's going on? Oh my god, someone get a fucking brain cell.
止まらないんだ
It won't stop.
止まらない？
What? I don't immediately understand what she's saying.
もしかして俺を担いで
What are you pulling here? Oh my god, Kaido, you're fucking... I know you were in high school, but just... And the fencing doesn't cover the entire cliff. In fact, there are gaps all over, which means you should stop her from getting to the edge of the fucking cliff. If she keeps going, she's gonna walk through one of those gaps and take a dive right off the cliff. That's why you fucking stop her. I don't think this is a joke. Good job! Do something. Mizuka-san suddenly bends at her waist and plants her hands down like she's walking on all fours. I can hardly believe what I'm saying. Despite planting her hands firmly on the ground, let's keep moving forward.
なんだよこれ
What's going on? She pitches forward to the point where she could fall over, yet she doesn't stop moving. It's like her legs have a mind of their own. Her legs.
水香さん、捕まって
Mizuka-san, hold on. Now you have the brain cell? I finally snap to my senses, run over to her, and grab her arms. You can see, based off of the background, how close it took for him to finally get the brain cell. Fuck, dude. Mizuka-san grabs onto my body.
カイ
God, don't let go. She's pulling on me with an absurd amount of force. I try to brace my legs, but I'm still getting dragged along.
まさか
No. Has it gone berserk? No shit, Sherlock. That's right. Hugs going berserk. It was a hot topic last year. Misane and her superiors held to media conferences and everything. People were wearing rampaging hugs often looked like they were dancing, leading it to be dubbed the hug dance by people online. According to witness testimony, it almost looked like the hug was deliberately rebelling against its master. The person being dragged along looked like a dancing puppet. The same thing's happening here. Cut the power. I'm trying, but it's not working. The hug has immense strength. Even the two of us together can't stop it. Despite its primary role being medical assistance, it's far stronger than any human. That sounds like a design flaw. I have my feet firmly planted, yet I still can't stop it from taking step after step toward the cliff. In that case, I'll knock them down. Najudo sweep Mizuka-san's under her Achilles tendon and forcefully knock her down. Should have done that a lot sooner if you ask me, but whatever. There we go. Like, when did I say to tackle her? Pretty early on, am I right? Like, goddamn. Mizuka-san's soaked in sweat. Her breathing is incredibly heavy. She was likely using all her strength to fight against her rampaging hug. You're a lifesaver, Kai. First, let's get this thing off and... Mid-speech, Mizuka-san's body defies gravity and slowly springs back up. Oh god. This is why you should have tackled her ASAP, and then you would have a lot more space between you and the fucking cliff! Despite being on top of her, the force is enough to send me flying. Oof. And there's no way that just happened. And yet, this is impossible. With only the strength of her legs, she flung me off, despite me weighing over 50 kilograms, and stood back upright. Sprung up is literally the only way to describe what just happened. Normally when you get up off the ground, you support your body with your hands, but that's not what she did. Mizuka-san has gone limp. Her body is bent backward in the shape of a bow. Oof. Just coughing up blood. This is bad. This is really, really bad. I hurry to my feet and latch onto Mizuka-san. Hold on. Mizuka-san's eyes were vacant. I was right up next to her when she got up, and heard what sounded like bones snapping. She may have broken her spine and cried. Shit, what do I do? There's no emergency stop button on this thing? Another design flaw. Mizuka-san's legs continue moving directly for the cliff. This is unreal. It's like some third-rate horror film from half a century ago. I can't believe this is actually happening. It's like the hug is trying to kill Mizuka-san. Uh-huh. This thing isn't just on a rampage. It's out to kill. I could sense killing attempt from this goddamn thing. If not, there's no way you can move like this. It understands the terrain, and it's intentionally trying to squeeze through a gap so it can drop her off the cliff. Mizuka-san, don't give up! But what can I do? How can I save her from this? I lower my body and crouch all the way down to brace my legs, but I just get dragged along like it's nothing. There's gotta be a way to get this hug off. I tried detaching the hug band, securing it to Mizuka-san's legs. I just have to get the buckles off. But Mizuka-san keeps moving. I'm panicking too hard. I can't undo them. Sounds like rocks. My left leg suddenly loses its power. We're already at the edge of the cliff. My left leg is hanging in midair. Mizuka-san is barely standing on the edge, with my right foot planted right behind her. If she takes one more step, we're both gonna fall. Kai. It's okay. Let go. Voice weak. Mizuka-san says something unbelievable. I can't let you go. If I do that, you'll die. You dumbass. She shoves her elbow in my face. If you don't let go, you'll fall too. I can't drag you into this. Wait, I know. I'll call Misane. This must be my punishment. What the hell are you talking about? I could use slip away and pretend like nothing was wrong. I don't know. If it was the right thing to do. No. She elbows me hard on the jaw. The impact makes my vision go white for a moment, as all strength leaves my body. Staggered, I've given a firm thrust to the chest. Mizuka-san. As I fall onto my back, I still try to reach out for her, but... Hey, Kai. Sometimes, ignorance is bliss. My hand doesn't reach her. So, I'll be taking what I saw to the grave. I guess this is one way of proving my friendship. Mizuka-san is smiling. The edges of her mouth are stained red with blood. On the cliff directly in front of her, she turns her head to look back at me. Despite the intense pain she's going through, she manages to force herself to smile. If you happen to see Misa, tell her thank you for the hug. It makes no sense. This is too much. It's thanks to this that As Mizuka-san smiles, one leg is already taking a step forward, off the cliff. And I was able to live a pretty normal life for these last 2 years, since the accident. Despite not wanting to die, she takes a step forward toward her death. And that's why. She steps into the empty air. Tell her, thanks for me. And then, Mizuka-san's body disappears from my line of sight. This can't be real. And I don't... Why? Why, Mizuka-san? Is this the bad ending the game warned us about? No, because we haven't made a single choice yet. We got the bad ending when we mess up a choice.
Mizuka-san!
I call out to her, but there's no reply. Panicked, I crawl out to the edge of the cliff and look down, only to be met with the image of Mizuka-san lying face down with the rocks below. She's dead. Mizuka-san is dead. Despite the despair overwhelming me. I whip out my Pokecom and call for an ambulance. Good. Download Kimijima report number 7 is complete. How can she act like nothing just happened? I pray as I call for an ambulance. Quick. Please, come quick. Please, someone, save Mizuka-san. My heart feels like it's being squeezed tightly. Like someone's crushing it with their bare hands. Like I'm about to have an attack. It goes without saying why. I bite my lip. I wait for the call to connect. Just hold on, Kaido. Hold it off just a little bit longer. I'm riding along with Mizuka-san in the ambulance. How many times have I wished to myself that this wasn't real? Inside of this cramped ambulance, no matter where I try to look, I see the emergency responders doing their work. Mizuka-san hit her head hard, and there's blood gushing out of her forehead. The hug has been removed, but her legs are bent in unnatural directions. The emergency responders keep calling out to her, but she barely responds. I ended up having an attack, so my body was too numb to even cry out, yet everything still hurt. By the time we reach the hospital, the sun is long gone. The responders quickly take her out of the vehicle and head to the ER ward with some nurses. I'm left all alone. Is it okay for me to go with them? They're probably gonna start cardiopulmonary resuscitation and likely emergency surgery after that. I'd probably just get kicked out if I followed along. I ask myself how I can be so calm right now as I head for the lobby. I need to contact Mizuka-san's parents and Michi. My head hung low. I stagger into the lobby. It's past medical exam hours, so nobody should...
Kai?
Kai? Someone calls to me, and I sluggishly raise my head. The lights are off, making the lobby look incredibly dim. I can see 3 figures sitting on the sofa. Despite the lighting, I can tell that they're all girls. 2 of them are wearing their school uniforms. They're holded up in the dark. One stands up and looks at me. I immediately recognize them once I inch closer. Nakiho and Frau are on the sofa, and sandwiched between them is Juna, covering her face.
なんでみんな
Why?
ここに
Why are you all here? I still haven't told anyone about Mizuka-san's accident. Where have you
どこ行
been?
ってたのよ。連絡
I called you, but
ちっと
you
も繋
wouldn't
がら
pick
ないの。
up. You big jerk. Nakiho's voice is all choked up. She grabs me by the hand and pulls me far away from the others.
何があったの
What happened?
アキちゃん
Maki-chan?
スバルが
It's Subaru.
テスト中
There was an accident during the test.
な
What? Subaru was caught in an accident?
何それ
What do you mean?
どういうこと
What happened? Are you telling me that today of all days, Subaru got into an accident and ended up here too? Nakiho starts crying, so I grab her by the shoulders and shake her lightly.
答えろ
Answer me.
どうしたの
What do you mean he had an
事故っ
accident?
てどういうことだ
風で
The wind knocked Gunbill 2 over,
転倒してスバルが
and
その
he fell down with Subaru.
は
You're kidding.
大丈夫だ
Is he alright?
命に別
They
状は
said he's
ない
not gonna die, but... Well, that's good, but, what's the but?
そ
Thank goodness.
うよかった
The relief alone nearly makes me sink to the floor.
でも
But
足が
his leg is
かなり
broken
ひどい骨
pretty
折
badly.
それで
June
が
feels totally
すごく責
responsible
任
for all
感
of
じて
it.
て
She keeps
自分の
saying
せいだ
it's her fault
自分の
over
せいだ
and
って
over.
うち
I can't bear to
見てら
watch
れなくて
anymore. Well then, Kaido better not tell you about what happened to Mizuku-san. If it fell over during testing, that means Judo was operating it. And then of all times, it fell on someone. Both of those things must be really hard on Juna.
あのさ、
Do you think
本
it
当に
was just
単
an
なる事故だっ
accident?
たと思う。
Huh?
本当に純ちゃんの
Did
操縦
Juna
ミス
really make a mistake?
それとも風の
Was
せ
it
い？
really the wind?
それ以外
Is
の
there a
要因っていう
chance it was
可能
something
性は
else? Well, Subaru was way too fucking close to the robot.
それ以外って
Something
どういう
else? What are you?
カゴメは流
Did
れた。
Kagome play?
カ
You
ゴメ
mean
カゴメ
the song?
そう、ポケモンか
Yeah,
ら
from your
流れたは
Pokecoms.
ず。
It should have played.
うん
Yeah,
流れた
it
けど
did, but
でもそれは
that was after the
事故が
accident.
起きた後だよ。
事故の
After.
後。
The mysterious transmission of Kagome and the sound that accompanies it when you answer. I believe them to be a warning system of some kind. There's no doubt that the call was what caused Mizuka-san's hug to go haywire. So, I consider that maybe Model 2 falling over had something to do with the Committee of 300.
くそ！
Fuck. I strike my cheeks. None of that means a damn thing right now. There are other things that we need to focus on. Much more important things to be thinking about.
カイ
Kai.
ねえカ
Hey,
イは
Kai.
スバルのこと
Did you
を
come here because you heard about Subaru?
カイに何度電話して
No
も
matter how many
繋がらな
times
か
I
ったから
called, you wouldn't pick up. I pressed my forehead against the wall in the hallway. I let out another deep sigh. This day's too much.
ねえ、
Hey, so
スバルの
Subaru's
Good
parents are
news.
supposed to be here
もう
soon.
すぐ来るはず。殴られるの
I better get ready to
覚
get
悟
punched.
しなきゃね。
そういうのは
I'll take the
俺が
hit
代わ
for
り
you.
に引き受けるよ。
でも
But I'm the president, so
うちだし
I...
ミッチーは
Where's Michi?
今病院の
I
先
was
生
talking
と
to the doctor.
話してる。
そう
I see. I need to tell Michi about Mizuka-san. When we return to the lobby, Michi just happens to exit the examination room.
おう
Oh,
Yashio.
Yashio.
来たか
Didn't know you were here.
ミッチ
Michi,
スバルの様
how's
子は
Subaru?
あ
Has apparently already been filled in on the details of the accident. Gina's red, swollen eyes cling to Michi. He takes her gaze, and with a stern expression on his face, he sighs lightly.
足の怪我な
And the damage to
Kanari
his legs is
hidoi
pretty
mi ta.
severe.
命に別状はない
But
これ
make
は
no
間違
mistake,
いないんだが
his life is in no danger.
もしかしたら
But it's
後遺症
possible
があ
that
るの
he'll
か
be
もしれない
left with lasting injuries. Does that mean he won't recover?
それ一体
What the
どう
hell
いう
is that supposed to mean?
もう二度と
It's
まともに歩け
possible
なく
that
な
he'll
る可
never
能性
walk
があるって
normally
こと
again.
だ
そんな
No. After hearing Michi's words, Gina covers her face and breaks down into tears again.
私の
It's all my fault.
私のせいです私の
It's all my fault.
せいで ジュンのせいじゃないよ
It's not your fault, June. Frow starts rubbing Juno's back in a comforting way. Still, Juno's sobbing doesn't stop.
日高の両親はまだか。
Are Hidaka's parents not here yet? No, not
ま
yet.
だ来てない。
そうか。
Gotcha. A heavy silence settles over us. It's then that Michi kneels down on the ground.
お前ら
Never
すまな
mind.
かった。
I'm sorry.
ミッチ。
Michi.
今回のことは
This happened because
先
I
生
was
の監
negligent
督
in
不力届けであ
supervising
り、
you.
すべて
It's all on me.
先生の責任だ。どんな責めも 先生
I'll
が
take
被
the
るつも
full
りではいる。
blame. Look at him actually be a decent teacher for once. I don't know.
だがな、
But
そう
that
だ
still
と
might
して
not
も
be enough to protect the
ロボ部の
robotics
ことは
club.
守れんかもしれん。もしかすると
It's entirely possible
no
that your entry
system.
into the expo is... Nobody could say anything. I'm tired of watching Michi like this. Imagining how the robotics club could be devastated in the upcoming storm is an incredibly depressing feeling. I can read. Nakiho's dream of going to the expo feels like a lit candle in the wind.
謝るのは
I should be the one apologizing, Michi.
迷惑かけて。
I'm so
ごめんな
sorry
さ
for
い。
causing you all this
気
trouble.
が緩んでた。
I got careless.
もっと
I should have
安全管理を
enforced safety
ちゃんと
protocol
すべ
more
きだった。
seriously. I lend Michi a hand to help him stand.
ミッチ、
Michi,
実は
I actually have something
Kendall,
else I have to talk to you
もう一つ話が。
about. Because you know, you're not feeling awful enough as is.
別件
It's something
どう
else.
いうことだ。
What's up? Nothing you're gonna like hearing, that's for sure. I jerk my chin to indicate that we should go somewhere else. Elsewhere. Same difference. Tea time. Oh, my tea got cold. Like, it tastes fine, but like, warm tea would have been better. We distance ourselves a bit from Akiho and the others.
単刀直入に言うけど
And I'll just say it.
水香さんが崖から落ちた。
Fell off a cliff.
それは日高の
Was
事
she
故に巻
involved
き込
in
まれたのか。
Hidaka's accident? I would like you to point to where the cliff is at the airport. Thank you, that is all. I shake my head.
全く別。
It's completely
門倉
unrelated.
岬で
We happened to run into each other at Cape Kadokura.
無事なのか。
Is she okay? No. She fell off a cliff.
おい、まさか
But no, don't tell me.
もしかしたら
It's possible
もしかしたらさ。
that she... Is it really okay to say it? Isn't there still some hope? I don't know. I don't know, but seeing what went on inside the ambulance has left me hopeless. The memory of what happened replays in my mind. And this while Mizuka-san warned the end is like a knife twisting in my chest. Before I realize it, my eyes are filled with tears.
助からないかも
She might
しれない。
not make it.
No.
What? And then Michi staggers. He looks dumbfounded as he falls to one knee and holds his forehead. It's clear how much of a shock this is for him.
でもまだそうと
But
決まったわけ
nothing's
じゃ
for sure yet. Michi stands back up. As far as I can tell, he seems calm. That's unexpected. I thought he'd panic or ask if I'm messing with him. That's the kind of guy I figured him for.
一体
What exactly
何があった？
happened?
ハグが
Or hug. It went out of control.
暴走。
Out of control.
去年ニュースに
You
な
mean
ってたやつ
like
か。
those incidents on the news last year?
俺
I couldn't save Mizuka-san.
助けられなかった。目の前
She
で
fell right in front of my eyes.
必死に
I did everything I could to stop
出
her,
ようとしたん
but
だ
I
けど
couldn't.
ダメ。
Michi wraps his arm around my shoulders, then taps me on the head a couple of times.
よく教えてくれた。
Thank you for letting me know.
ありがとうな。イレーなら大丈夫だろう。
Yuria will be fine.
学生の頃の
The
バイクでやった事
motorcycle
故だってな
accident。she was in as a
普通だっ
student
たら
would have
死んで
killed
た
a
らしいん
normal
で。
person. Copium, huffing. You're huffing that hard, Mitsuhiko.
でもあいつは生きてた。
But she survived.
そういうタフ
She's
な
a
女
tough
なんだ
cookie.
よ。
And that's
俺
a pro
豆
tip.
知識ない。
Don't huff too much copium, save some for the rest of us.
とにかく
I'm
お
just
前だけ
glad
で
you're
も
okay.
無事でよかったよ。
Stop it, Michi. Stop treating like such an actual good teacher for once. I've been trying so hard to keep myself together. But now I'm a mess. I just want to break down and cry like a little kid.
イレーの親には連絡したか？
Have you contacted her parents yet? I wipe my tears and shake my head. Michi nods in response.
連絡は俺がしておく。
I'll handle it. You go
Well,
sit down and rest for a bit.
座って休め。
Michi then leaves me behind. He walks outside by himself. It looks like his shoulders were trembling. I hope from the bottom of my heart that Mizuka-san survives. For Michi's sake, too. Akiho POV. We're a little over 4 hours in, and we still haven't encountered the choices TM. Outside the window, the rain continues to gently fall. Just looking at the droplets makes me feel like I'm going to burst into tears. It's been 2 days since the accident. Third years don't have to come to school today, but I was called here by the vice principal. Probably to disband the club. I'm apparently going in for an interview. I follow Michi. Class is in session, leaving the hallways empty and barren. Michi is acting like everything was completely normal. After spending the entirety of yesterday in my room crying, my face is kind of swollen. I'm still incredibly sad.
失礼します。
Excuse us. Michi knocks on the door to my classroom. Needless to say, there are no students inside. Just 4 adults lying in wait. One of them is the vice principal. I expected that. She's the one who called me after all. But I'm surprised by the other 3 faces. And there are 2 people from JAXA, Dad and Nae-san. Yeah, I expected at least Nae-san. And the 3rd person is Mr. Candy. Makes sense. They're all people who lent a helping hand to the Robotics Club.
瀬宮さん、そこにお
Zenomiya-san,
座りなさい。
have a seat. I do as I'm told. In front of me is the VP. To the left of her is Naya-san, and to the right is Mr. Candyman. Or just Mr. Candy, rather. That sits to my left. And Michi sits to my right.
事故のことは聞きました。
I've heard everything there is to hear about the accident.
担当直入に言い
I'm
ます
going
が
to be blunt.
ロボット研究部
The
は
Robotics
今日
Research
をもっ
Club is
て
hereby
廃部と
disbanded,
なります
effective immediately.
いきなりですか
That suddenly.
教頭
Vice
生徒に相
Principal.
談もなく
I
それ
can't
は
help but think
さす
this
がに
is
一方
all a
的だ
bit one-sided. We could at least discuss things with the
ミッチー
Michi, it's fine.
おあ
日高スバル君のお父様
Hidaka
は
Subaru-kun's
大変
father is
お怒りな
extremely
のです
upset. Naturally.
わかりますね
Do you understand why? Too well.
はい
Yes. I'm obviously not okay with this. But there's nothing I can say in response to her. I feel like my head's about to drop even lower. No, I can't be like this. I focus, stare down at my back, and look the VP straight in the eyes. This is my responsibility as the club president. I need to accept what happens to us.
JAXA さんとの提携につい
Mr.
ては
Nakafukata told me
長
about
深
your
田先生
relationship
から
with
報告を受
JAXA.
けていますですがロボッ
However,
ト研究
with
部
the
が廃部
Robotics
になる
Research
以上
Club
申し
disbanded.
訳ありま
I'm
せんが
sorry,
これ以
but
上
we can
の
no
ご
longer
協力は
accept
い
your
ただけません
assistance.
はあ
Yes,
わかって
I
います
understand.
私どもとしましても
We're also
今回の
blah
事
blah.
故で
We also deeply regret what happened.
子供たちだけに任せて
We
しま
shouldn't
った
have
と
left things to the kids without proper safety administration and supervision.
支援業務について
Our
も
supervisors have said that we
これ以
can't
上は
continue to
継続
support
でき
any
ないと
further as well.
上から言われました
当然
Naturally, your entry into the expo will also be withdrawn.
スペースアメ車さん
I'm
も
sure the
それ
Space
で
Candy
問題あり
Company
ませ
has
ん
no
ね
issue with this.
うーん
It's unfortunate, but it is what it is.
ロボット研究部で
As for the
製作した
robots
ロボ
built by
ッ
the
トは
Robotics
業者
Research
にお
Club,
願いして
they will all
全
be
て
dismantled by
解体します
contractors.
いいですね
Understood.
いいですね
Understood.
はい
Yes. There's a sharp pain deep in my chest. I tightly clench my hands resting on my knees. And there'll be nothing left. It'll be like none of it ever existed. But even if I said no, nothing would change. I don't have the right to object. We did something that can't be undone.
瀬宮さん
Sanamiya-san. The vice principal glares at me, a fierce expression on her face.
卒業したら
And
き
when
ち
you
んとした
graduate,
学校へ
you
行
will
って
go on to
き
a
ちんと
proper
勉
school
強
and
な
get
さ
a
い
proper education.
そしても
And
っと
once
技
you've
術を身
gained
に
the
つけ
right
てから
technical skills,
改めて
you can work on
技
robots
術者と
again.
してロボ
This
ットを
time,
作れ
as
ば
an
いいのです
engineer.
あなたたちは
You could simply reach for
背伸びをしすぎた
something
んですよ。
beyond your own abilities. No, there just wasn't basic safety regulations in place. Like, come on.
でも時間は
But
たっ
you're
ぷ
still
りある
young.
のですから
You have plenty
何
of
も
time.
焦ることなどあり
There's no
ません
reason to rush.
わかりましたね
Do you understand?
はい
Yes. Everything she said was right. I can't find any words to respond with. In fact, all I can do is nod my head. Mizuka-san's funeral goes by about as solemnly as one might expect. Makio and I are the only ones from the Robotics Club who showed up. After everything that happened in the end. The doctors did everything they could to save her, but it was too late. Michi spent the entire service staring at a photo of Mizuka-san. He wasn't crying, nor did he appear to be in pain. All he did was vacantly stare. He looks nice in a suit. I'll give him that much. After the funeral, Michi said he wanted to talk with us for a bit. While he wore a tough face, we were certain he was hurting on the inside, so we decided to go with him. Along the way, he stopped to buy an extremely expensive bottle of awamori from the liquor store. It was only a month ago that I was surfing on this very beach. And Mizuka-san was a total Spartan back when she was coaching me. Michi stands on the beach and gazes out at the waves breaking and receding on the shore for a while. His expression is the same one he wore while staring at Mizuka-san's photo during the service. Back when I was your age, I'd often come here to watch EDA surf. I ditched the robotics club just like you, Yashio. I bet you were an even worse president than Aki-chan. As I was often told, by Irei too. Michi, did you have feelings for Mizuka-ne? That sounds like a yes. Don't know. I never tried asking her out. When it comes down to it, it might not have been a romantic thing at all. She was a pretty scary woman after all. We got a letter of condolences from Senomiya. No, I mean from the big one. Irei's parents said they had mixed feelings about it. Her parents knew that Senomiya was Irei's best friend. But Senomiya was also the one who sent that hug as a present. I'm sure this is all pretty unbearable for both them and Senomiya. And then Michi looks at me. Hey, did Irei say anything at the end? If she did, could you tell me? I want to know. It's not going to make sense without context, but... Should I? Should I tell him that she was hiding something? That she was trying to stop me from collecting the Kimijima reports? I can't tell him that. She wanted me to tell Misane thanks. That she was grateful for the hug. She didn't blame her at all. And that's what she said to me. I see. Between the three of us, she was the one who always acted the oldest. She was so uptight. She scolded Senomiya and me for every little thing we did. Ah, mom friend. He'd always try and push back. One of them, she break out the fists. She was super violent, you know. It didn't take much for me to give in. Senomiya handled her better. In fact, she seemed kinda happy when Irei got mad at her. Maybe she's some kind of pervert. Big sis isn't a pervert. Sniff. What a thing to say while upset. I know. I'm just joking. But at the time, Senomiya was known to be something of a prodigy. Not even the teachers would scold her. Dog, why are you trying to dig in the carpet? Fucking dumbass dog. And that was one of the reasons Irei stood out to me so much. That's right. It's already been nearly 7 years since she graduated high school. I don't want to think about how long it's been since I graduated high school. Michi suddenly removes the cork on the bottle of Aromori.
イレイはな、
Yuri was a
とんでもねえ酒豪だ
ridiculously
ったんだ
heavy
ぞ。
drinker. That's
こ
a
れ
protip.
豆知識だ。
I thought he was going to start chugging down the bottle himself. But instead, he walks up to the edge of the water and starts pouring the bottle into the sea.
乾杯だ。
Cheers. And this is his way of offering his condolences. When I think about Mizuka-san, my chest still throbs with pain. She was right in front of my eyes, but I couldn't save her. What am I supposed to do anymore? There's also the thing she said at the end. What was she hiding that we'd better off not knowing? I have no idea if it's wise to dig it up anymore. Michi leaves after telling us that he still had to help with the funeral service. Nakiho decided to swing by Subaru's house. Nakiho wanted this. She needed to go to his dad and make things right. When she told me her intentions, I didn't try to stop her. We didn't get to see him at the hospital, so we haven't actually seen Subaru since the accident. From what I understand, his dad told the nurses not to let the Robotics Club or anyone related see his son. It's only natural for him to be that angry. Subaru may be permanently injured because we forced him to join the club. Subaru's injury is a comminuted fracture. Comminuted? I don't know. And they're still considering what surgery to do. And whether he'll be able to walk, do any sports, or any exercise at all depends on the surgery and rehab. After having the giant Model 2 fall on him, the doctor said he was lucky to get away with just a broken leg. Yeah. Now that's any consolation. Anyhow, the reason we're visiting is simple. Akio is in charge of apologizing. I'm in charge of getting hit, that's all. My role in this sucks, and even Akio tried her best to convince me not to come. But I can't risk him laying a hand on her. Though I highly doubt that Subaru's dad would do something like that to a young lady. But I'm still here as her shield, just in case. Anyway, we park our scooters at the Tatsumitatsu Rocks lot near his house, and get ready to charge in when... Hi, June.
June?
Huh? June? We encountered Juna, crying and slowly trudging away from the direction of Subaru's house. She's alone. We sit her down on a nearby bench to try and calm her down.
Jun-chan,
Jun-chan, are you here because you went to Subaru's house?
スバル君の実家行っちゃったわけ?
Yeah.
スバルのお父さんに
Did you see his
会
dad?
ったの？だって
Yes.
私の
Because it was all my
せい
fault.
だからとにかく
I knew I had to apologize.
思って償うためな
I
ら
got down on the ground
何で
and
も
told
する
him
っ
I'd
て
do anything.
土下座してなのに
But he
なのにね
he
日高くんのお父さん
all he said to me
こう言っ
was,
たんだよ。あんたのせいじゃない
I
のは
know it's not your fault.
分かってはいるが
I know that.
も
But
う
please
息子
don't
と
involve
関わら
yourself
ない
with
で
my
く
son
れ
anymore.
そう言って
And then he made
追
me
い返され
leave.
ちゃったの。
That's unexpected. I thought he'd be more angry. I mean, we saw the man punch his son with our own eyes. That image is so strong that he just kind of figured he was a violent guy.
まだ
It
殴ら
would
れ
have
た方
been
が
better if he just hit me.
日高くんのお父さん
Hidaka Kunsta looked so lonely.
寂しそうだったんだもん。あんな顔されたら
After seeing his face,
謝る
I
ことも
couldn't even apologize
できなくなっ
anymore.
ちゃうよ。私のせいっていうの
But
は
does it change the fact that it's all my fault? Sounds like Subaru's dad got just as mentally smashed as Subaru. I mean, yeah, because like he probably had a hunch that Subaru was still going back to the robotics club, but for it to be confirmed in the way that his son literally almost died, like, yeah, that's gonna... yeah.
日高くんのお父さん
Even
に
if Hitaka-kun's dad forgave me, I'd never be able to forgive myself.
許せないのに。私
I always,
いつ
no
も
matter what I do,
いつだって
I always ruin everything.
チューブラリンだよ。ジュン、落ち着いて。
June, calm down.
あの時の事故を
I
見てた
saw
か
what
ら言うけ
happened.
ど、
I know it's
あ
not
れ
your
はジュンの
fault.
せいじゃない。本当に風のせい
It
で
really was
不
the
可抗
wind.
力だったの。
It was totally out of your control.
ね。だから
Okay?
そんなに
So
思い詰
don't
めない
trauma
で。
yourself over this and
無理だよ。
I can't stop. Juna slaps Akiho's hand away. She doesn't even try to wipe the tears covering her face.
ごめんね。
I'm sorry, Akiho-chan.
よしおくん。
Yoshio-kun.
私
I can't be around you guys anymore.
関わらないから。全部
This is all my
私の
fault.
せいだから。
None of you did anything wrong.
みんなは何にも悪くないから。私一人が
If I quit the robotics
ロ
club,
ボ部をやめれ
things
ば
will
それで
それ無意味だよ。
that'd be pointless, Jin-chan. Huh?
ロボ部はも
There is no robotics club anymore. No. Ah, crap. I shouldn't have said that. You idiot.
今ここで言うことじゃないで
Is
しょ。
now really the time to say that? She's exactly right. I've made a huge mistake.
私の
It's
せい。
my fault.
私のせいで
Because of me.
アキホちゃん
Akiho's
の夢も
dreams,
万
our
博
expo
出場
entry,
も
the robotics
ロボ
club's
部の歴史
legacy,
も
everything.
ダメになっ
It's
ちゃ
all
ったんだ。
gone.
私が
If I
操縦なんて
wasn't the
し
operator.
なければ。
う。いや、純ちゃん。
No,
落ち着いて。
Jin-chan, calm down.
ごめん、
I'm
私
sorry.
私は
I... And once again, large tears start falling from Juna's eyes.
ごめんなさい。
I'm sorry.
ごめんなさい。
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Hmm. And as Juna wails, Akiko reaches her arms around her and hugs her tightly. But neither me nor Akiko have any words to offer her. In the end, no matter what we say, they're just words. We should leave Juna be until she calms down. And we can talk to her again later. As for Subaru's father, we probably shouldn't try to see him anymore. Rough. Okay, I'm gonna be right back real quick. Hang on. Bloop. And I am back again. Hope you guys didn't miss me too much. We accompanied Gina back to her house. Hi, Beauty. And afterward, Akiho and I headed home. The sky already stained with the color of the sunset.
カイ、
Alright, Kai.
また明日
See you tomorrow. Akiho smiles weakly. He waves at me before heading into her house.
アキちゃん
Lucky-chan. She stops and turns around, tilting her head in confusion.
どうしたの？
What's up?
アキちゃんは
Lucky-chan,
大丈夫
are you okay?
うん。
Yeah.
うちよりカイの
It's a
方
lot
が
harder on
きつい
you
でし
than
ょ
it is on me.
カイも
Try and
ちゃ
get
んと
some
休ん
rest,
でね。
okay?
この先
And what are you gonna do
Okay.
going forward? The Robotics Club is gone. We lost our funding from JAXA and Space Candy. And after working so hard on Model 2, it's gonna be disassembled. Same for the currently sealed away failure Model 1. Subaru is injured, and with Jin in her current state, neither of them will be covering anytime soon. All the effort we put in toward next month's expo was for naught. But I know for a fact that Akiho would do anything for her dream.
わか
And
んな
I
い。
don't know. I bite my lip hard in response to Akiho's answer. And I want to say something. But no matter what I say, I'd just be forcing my own thoughts on her. This is something that Akiho needs to decide for herself.
じゃあアキちゃん
Alright, Aki-chan.
また明
I'll
日
see you tomorrow.
ま
Yeah,
た明日。
see you. Akiho stares right at me. I pull away from her gaze. And start up my scooter. Unable to bring myself to go home, I ended up here. And the VAB is visible in the distance. At this hour, it's lit up. I haven't seen those lights in a long time. They're currently assembling a rocket for the first time in years. And it should have me excited. It should, but I don't feel that way at all right now. In fact, I'm feeling pretty depressed. I didn't come here with any particular goal in mind. I don't even have the energy to play Kill Ballad. As I gaze absentmindedly at the TNSC, my Pokecom begins to ring. It's Frau. We haven't really spoken at all since the incident, now that I think of it.
電話つないで
That's her call.
どうも
Hey, yo.
コナちゃんは大丈夫
Is everything alright, Kana-chan?
オートバランサー調整中
I'm adjusting the auto balancer.
まだ続ける気なんだ
And you're still working on Model 2? That's unexpected. Out of all the Robotics Club members, she had the least enthusiasm for the project. Well, other than me.
スカスカ頑張れるが
Slender
ダメ
Gun
だわ
Barrel fell over
私の
because my
プログラ
program
ムが
wasn't
未熟
good
だったから
enough.
でもあるしだから
So,
ここ何
so
日かで得た
I'm
デー
using
タ
data
フィー
from
ド
the
バッ
last
ク
few
で
days
オ
as
ートバラン
feedback
サーを改
and
良して
improving the auto balancer.
無駄だよ
And there's no point.
ロボ部は廃部になった
And the Robotics
ロボ
Club
も
is
解体
gone.
される
The robot's gonna be disassembled.
もう頑張らなくてもいいんだ
You don't need to keep working on it anymore.
おう
Oof.
そういうことは
I
もっ
wish you
と
would
早
have
く言っ
told
て
me
ほしかっ
that
たわけだ
sooner.
わ
She's right, but I've been too busy to think about that.
それはそれ
But,
として
but putting that aside,
大事な
I
話が
have something important to tell you.
何
What's up?
そこ
Is anyone else
一
around?
人ない
No hidden listening devices.
公園の展望台の上
I'm
だ
on the viewing platform at the park.
じゃあいいか
Then it should be fine.
スカスカ頑張れるの事故
Thunder Gunbarrel's accident was just an accident, but
それよりも
Yureichi's accident is more concerning. You don't say.
ハグの暴走は
Do you think her hug going out of control was just a coincidence? It definitely wasn't. Not a chance in hell. I had the same thought.
暴走は
Could it have been a warning from the Committee of 300 or the Tavistock Institute?
もともと
The rampaging hug accidents surrounding Exco have been the center of all kinds of rumors online.
流れてて 著名人が
Very prominent people have been involved, with abnormally high death rates.
どっかの大手企業の偉い人
Important people at major companies, but big shots in finance, even politicians.
だから事故に見せかけ
So, some people are thinking it's an international conspiracy, made to look like accidents. Like a coincidence with Gun Barrel 2 getting knocked down by the wind? Yes. In terms of happening at all, not a chance in hell. Well, what happened with Ire, completely unrelated to Gun Barrel 2, because they are unrelated. If that's true, someone could have pulled the strings for Ireishi's accident.
誰かが
それ以上言うな
Don't say another word. I take a deep breath and attempt to calm myself down.
いや悪いね
I'm sorry.
さすが
My
にさ
friend just passed away.
知り合いが
So
亡くなった
talking
直後
about
に
this
そういう
kind of
こと言
stuff
われ
makes
る
me feel pretty awful.
気分悪いっていうかでも
But
確か
you're
に
right.
コナちゃんの
I
言う
thought
こと
the same
は
thing.
俺も考えたよまさにあの時
And it all started right when I was
と
talking to
君島レポート
Mizuka-san
の
about
話
the
をしてたわけ
Kimijima
だし
reports.
ガチ
Wait,
で
for real? I give Frau a simple rundown of what transpired that day. Mizuka-san was opposed to me collecting the reports. She told me I needed to stop. She said I learned something I didn't need to know. What was Mizuka-san trying to hide? I still don't know for sure. I could probably put things together if I really tried, but at the end of the day, it's nothing but a guess. I don't know the truth.
それ
That timing's beyond suspicious.
ちょっとシャレにならん
This is
と
no
思うこれ
joke.
君島レポートって
You said the last
最後の
Kimijima
7つ目
report,
は
the
拡散機能だ
seventh
った
one,
っ
was
け
the key to releasing the files worldwide, right?
もう拡散したん
Have you pulled the trigger?
まだ
Not yet. The day that Mizuka-san died, Kimijima report number 7 was downloaded into my Pokécom. I haven't touched it since.
早くしろ
N-
どうなっ
hurry
ても
up.
知らんぞ
It'll be your fault if something happens.
でもさ
But aren't you
本
concerned
当にい
about
い
whether
のか
that's the right move or
悩ま
not?
ない
The last few days have been a blur to me. What with Subaru's accident, Mizuka-san. I still haven't come up with an answer about what to do with the Kimijima reports.
水香さんの件で俺
I'm
ます
even
ます
more
混乱して
confused
きた
because
と
of
いう
what
か
happened to Mizuka-san.
あの人は俺にレポートを
She warned
探
me
すな
not
って
to
忠
search
告
for
して
the
きた
reports.
隠
It
したい
seemed
こ
like she
とがあ
wanted
る
to hide something.
知らない
She
方
then
が
said
いい
it's
って言
better
ってた
not to know.
でもそれっ
But
て
that just
立場的
makes
には
her sound
300
like she
人委員
was
会側
on
って
the
こ
side
と
of
で
the
しょ
committee of 300.
だったらなんでその水香さん
In
が知ら
that
なきゃい
case,
けない
why did Mizuka-san have
死
to
ぬべ
die?
きは俺だったはず
Shouldn't
だ
I have been the one to die? I prefer not to think about it. But if Mizuka-san was one of them, they could have just killed me. If that accident was part of their plan, I see no reason why Mizuka-san would have to die.
何にせよ
Regardless, Yashio-senpai,
かなり
you're in a
まず
really
い立
bad
場にいる気
position
がす
right
る
now.
俺が
Me?
君島レポートの内
You're
容
probably the
全
only
部知ってる
person in the world who knows
多分
everything written in the
世界の
Kimijima
吉尾先輩だけ
reports.
だと思われしかもそれを
And you
拡
even
散する
have
方
the
法まで
means to spread them
手にしてい
worldwide.
る今この瞬間に
And I wouldn't be
スナイパーに
surprised if a
ショットされて
sniper
も
was lining up a headshot on you right now.
今すぐ全部
You should
放り
dump
出して
it all and go
守
into
りに
hiding
するべ
right
きでしょ
away.
上皇
That's just common sense.
これは12秒とか
This
じゃなく
isn't
て
me
ガチで
being Chunibyo. This is me being 100% honest.
どこに資格が潜んで
Assassins
る
could be
かわからんわ
anywhere.
な君島こうだって死んだ
Kimijima Ko died,
頑張れるのアニメのスタッ
along
フ
with most of Gunferrel's staff.
多分
Even Mama is probably
ママもヤシオ先輩には
Nishio-senpai.
死んで
I don't want you to die. In a rare display for Frau, she stares straight at me through the screen, pleading with me. She usually can't make eye contact.
さ300人委員会から
Maybe you
逃げ
should
るた
go
めに
into hiding somewhere to
一度
escape from the
どこかに
committee of
潜伏した方が
300.
よくね先輩
Senpai,
そういうわけにも
I
いかない
can't
ん
do
だよ
that.
な
でも
But you said the robotics club is gone.
ブはね
It is.
お前は何を言っているんだ
Then what are you trying to say? I still haven't heard from Akiho about what she plans on doing. That's why I can't give my final answer just yet.
ちなみにさ
And by the way,
コナちゃんって
are you
東京
planning
に
on
戻る
going
つも
back
り
to
はあるわけ
Tokyo?
なんでそんなことを聞
Why
く
do you ask?
まさか
Don't tell me you want us to live together.
それなんて
What kind of roboke is this?
同棲ってわけじゃないけど
Not quite.
東京
But
に
if
家
you have
が
a
あ
place
る
in
なら
Tokyo,
万
you
博
could
の
stay
期
there
間中
during the
泊めてもら
expo.
うのも手だなって
なんだと
What did you say?
万博まだ出る
You still plan on entering the
ちょっと
expo?
何言ってるかわか
I
んない
don't
で
get
す
what you're saying.
可能性の話さ
It's just a possibility.
付き合いきれんわけだが
Enough is enough.
もっと深刻に受け
You
止
have
め
more
るべき
pressing issues to deal with right now.
死んでもいいの
Are you really okay with dying?
よくはないけど
Of course I'm not, but... She's right. Considering everything that's happened, there'd be nothing strange about me getting iced. With that in mind, I can't afford to be questioning myself like this.
コナちゃん忠告ありがとう
Thanks for the warning,
それじゃあ切る
Kona-chan.
よ
I'll talk to you later.
ちょ
Hey, wait. After hanging up, I start up usual. Sister Centipede is quietly standing a short distance away. She's like a stalker. I mean, Well, that's not her fault. Sister Centipede is currently tied to my Pokecom after all.
ゲージね、君
Hey,
島レポート
see
だ
us. Hey, Sister Centipede. About the Kimijima reports.
はいどうしま
Yes,
すか
what about them?
拡散することにした。
I decided to release them. Sister Centipede nods her head ever so slightly.
君島レポートの
To release the
全ての
Kimijima
情報を
reports
拡散
worldwide,
するため
please
には
activate Kimijima report number 7.
ナンバー7を起動してください。それにより
This will auto-transfer the files to all Iro servers, creating error annotations in random locations across the world.
世界各地に AR アノテーションが作成されます。なお、今は
However,
爆
as
発的
expected,
に
this will
情報
cause an
が
explosive
拡散している
distribution
こと
of
が
the
予想
information
されます
contained within them.
考え直すなら
This is your
これが
final chance to
最後のチャンス
reconsider.
です。
If I don't do this now, I end up getting killed by an assassin. And because of that, billions of people die. I deserve far worse than a peaceful death. Kimichi Miko would have died in vain if I failed after he trusted me with this responsibility. Mizuka-san tried to stop me. But I have to do this. The night that Mizuka-san died, I laid in bed, terrified we'd get hit by a solar storm. This responsibility is too much for me to bear alone. Which is why I'm going to shed this burden. I'm gonna let the entire world make the rest of the decisions.
やるよ。
Ready?
はい
Yes. I tap away at my Pokecom. And activate Kimijima report number 7. Really? It just has hidden hand? That's anticlimactic. To the citizens of Earth, please heed this warning. Embrace for the coming conspiracy. And this is too much for me alone. Which is why I entrust this information to all of you.
できれば
If possible,
俺の身元は
I'd
割れま
really
せん
like to
よ
keep my identity a secret. After letting out a small prayer, I close Ito. Unknown, unknown, unknown. Tsunomiya Akiho.
秋は何をや
No
って
matter
も
what you
平凡
do,
止まり
you'll
なの
always be average, Aki. That's what Big Sis said to me after she graduated, right when she was leaving the island. She was right. I couldn't be like my big sister. For as long as I can remember, all I could do was chase after her. I'd happily go on and on about how amazing my big sis was while watching her from far away. My older sister and I have always been a weird pair. The two of us never did anything but watch mecha anime, but that's mostly Dad's fault. On days off, the two of us would lock ourselves in Dad's study and watch old anime all day long. On nice days, we'd go out into the yard and roleplay our favorite scenes. We'd use sticks on the ground as beam sabers.
エゴだよそれは
You're full of yourself.
地球が持たん
The Earth cannot go on like this any longer. We're like a couple of young boys.
いつか一
Let's
緒
build
に
a
ガンバ
Gundam
ムを作ろう
together
よ
someday, Aki.
ガンバム
A real Gundam?
作れるの
Can we make one?
今は無理だけど
It's impossible right now, but one day.
ガンダムじゃなくても
And
い
it
い
doesn't have to be a Gundam, just a giant robot.
じゃあうちと
Now
お
let's
姉ちゃん
build our own
ロボットを
giant robot
作って
and have Kai pilot it.
貝に操縦してもらおうよいいか
That's a great idea.
だったらその
In
時の
that
ため
case,
に
we'll have to start training Kai right away.
鍛えておかないと
But
私は
I
もう
can't follow my dream
夢を追わない
anymore.
の
Oh, that was Misaki. Oopsie, whatever. That's what Big Sis said on the day that the Chiwa Tanegashima High Robotics Research Association became a club. It was the first time in my life that I'd heard my older sister sound so weak. Her entire first year in high school, she worked her butt off in order to make her club a reality. So when that day finally came, why did she say something like that? I was just an elementary schooler at the time, but no, even now, I still don't understand how she felt that day. Perhaps it was that, much like me now, a lot of things happened that made her lose hope.
ねえ、アキ。
Hey, Aki,
あなたが
someday, I
私
hope
の
you can
夢を
make my
叶え
dream
てくれ
come
ると
true.
嬉しい。
It'd make me really happy.
あなたは私の
You love
中
robots
で
even more than I do,
ロボット
after
の
all.
こと好きでいるもの。
I still remember the look on her face when she said those words to me. It looked just a little bit lonely. It looked just a little bit sad. And it was on that day that my dream was set in stone. I would fulfill the promise I made with my beloved older sister. That's why I said it.
アキは何をやっても
No matter
平
what
凡
you
止ま
do,
りなのよ。
you'll always be average, Aki. In response to those words,
お姉ちゃんの言う通
you're
り
right,
だけど
big sis.
お姉ちゃんの
But
夢
no
は
matter what,
きっと
I'll still make your
うちが
dream come
叶える
true.
から。それまで
Just wait in Tokyo until then.
待ってて。
Big
お姉
sis.
ちゃん。
I slowly open my eyes. In that moment, a single tear falls down from the corner of my eye and runs along my temple. Was I crying? I realized right after that I'm in my room and on my bed. A dream, huh? Still half asleep, I rub my eyes. I slowly sit up. It's been a while since I last dreamt about my sister. Man, I really do have a sister complex. I love her too much. Not that that's a bad thing. It can be, but not necessarily in this case, I want to say. I'm just a hopeless little sister whose feelings for her distant sibling have gone unrequited for years. I tightly grip my chest through my pajamas. I have a heart-churning pain throbbing inside. Robot figurines and plastic models line the nearby shelves. Among them, my gaze is naturally drawn toward one plastic model in particular. The first plastic model I ever got. A 1/100 master-grade model red Zaku. And next to it stands the gun bump that Big Sis got.
ね
Hey,
え、お姉ちゃん。
Big Sis.
やっぱりうち
I'm sorry,
諦めき
but I
れない
can't
よ。
give up after all.
お姉ちゃんとの
I
約
want
束
to fulfill the promise I made
果
to
たし
you.
たいもん。
And back then, how could have I known that pursuing a dream could be this painful, this sorrowful, and this unforgivable? Why does it have to be like this? Why does nothing ever turn out right for me? My emotions come welling up to the surface in a confused mess. I pull my knees close to me and bury my face in them. I buy 2 bottles of soda and head out onto the runway. Oh wait, that was Kite speaking. Oopsie daisy. There's a twip. With the release of Kimijima Report number 7, all the Kimijima reports will be copied limitlessly and will spread out to the world. However, the IRA connected to the reports will not be shared due to the bug. We'll monitor and report the situation as it continues to spread. Yurio's funeral went well. I know you couldn't come because you're busy with work. Please at least send some prayers into the skies from Tokyo. Naga's kinda scary. Please figure out how to deal with this. This kind of accident can't happen again. Counting on you. Does anyone want to trade information about Kimijima reports that are trending right now? What is this, a game? The flags being so difficult made me laugh. Was the report opened by clearing the flags? What was written on it? I succeeded on opening report 1, but looks like there's a 2, lol. Because someone tell me what's on it. How many total? It's like a made-up story about solar storms, and that's being part of a conspiracy theory. Typical delusions. Who is Kimijima? There wasn't a geotag like that until recently, right? Looks like there were people talking about Kimijima reports overseas. The word started trending today. Maybe it's a promotion for a movie? Can the Kimijima reports be an SOS from a cute 2D lolly who lives in cyberspace and you collect them while you unlock an HC with her or something like that? If so, I'll pour all my heart and soul into it. Haven't done that in a while. Oh, Takumi, please change. But not for you, 3D. I'll never accept you. I'm only interested in 2D. My sense of honor barely allows up to 2.5D. Are there people who are actually trying to set the flags for the Kimijima reports? I just hacked it into and analyzed all of them, but they didn't have anything interesting on them. Those Kimijima reports seem like viruses, so I don't think they should be spread around too much. If something gets stuck in the data, all the Pokecoms in the world will be infected and it'll be a disaster. The writing style on the Kimijima reports reminds me of my old acquaintance. How that endearing idiot talked was very similar to Kimijima. It makes my head spin. This recent outbreak of the same Chunibyo as him is becoming a pandemic. Reports feel like a real nice conspiracy theory bro moment, to be honest. If I were to comment on it, I'd say that the reports are completely missing the details regarding the specific method employed to actually trigger the magnetospheric substorm. You know, the one of the most important parts of a whistleblowing piece. SMH. Kurisu, please. Is there that Model 2 rests in the same position it fell in? Makiho stands alone in front of the fallen robot. She has her hand on the robot's shoulder in a tender display of affection. She stands in silence. From behind, Madam President of the Robotics Club looks incredibly lonely. With the club gone, the two giant robots we built are to be disassembled at the hands of contractors. They're supposed to arrive here today and take them away. In truth, the VP told us we weren't allowed to come here anymore. But in what world would we actually obey? Hey, Kai. As I approach, Akio speaks to me without turning around. Doesn't he look like he's crying? Beats me. And the shin part of the left leg is all bent and twisted. He looks like he's crying out in pain. But I already know that's nothing but a delusion. Robots don't have a will of their own, and they don't feel pain. This isn't the same as Subaru's injury. Nakiho takes her hand off Model 2 and turns to face me. I understand as soon as I see the expression on her face. Nakiho hasn't given up yet. Anyway, I know it's a little late, but I figured I'd act like a president and close things out properly. Can you listen for a minute, Kai? Go ahead. I shrug and prompt her to continue. Nakiho looks up at the sky for a while. She raises one hand, like she's about to take an oath. The Chuo Tanegashima High Robotics Research Club is hereby disbanded. Thank you for your patronage. She then respectfully bows. I get the feeling that patronage isn't quite the right word to use in this instance. But whatever, I clap my hands anyway. And? Upon hearing me ask that, Akiho takes a deep breath and hardens her expression. I'll handle the rest on my own.
なんとかって
What's that supposed to mean?
ロボ部はなくなっちゃった
Since the
わけだから
robotics club is gone,
個人の趣
I'll
味
figure something out on my
なん
own.
とかしようか
As a
な
hobby. She really hasn't given up at all. I had a feeling. She still hasn't made her dream come true after all. But even then,
それが許されるとでも
you
思って
really
るわけ
think we'll be forgivable if you do that?
許されるわけ
I know it won't be.
ロボ部の不祥事なんだ
But this is a robotics
部長
club
のうちが
problem.
真っ
So
先
as
に
the
責任
president,
取るべき
I need to take responsibility.
まだ夢がどうとか言ってる
Nobody's gonna forgive me if I start going on about my dreams again.
スバルは
Super will
うちのこと
probably resent me
恨
for
むか
it.
もしれない傷ついてるジュンの
And
心
I'll
を
just be digging
さらに
deeper
えぐ
into
るこ
the
とにな
wounds
る
in
かもしれ
June's
ない
heart.
きっと教頭先生に
I'm
は
sure the VP is
また
gonna
怒られ
get
るだろ
really
うし
mad.
スバルのお父さん
And
に
if
知られ
Subaru's
たら
dad finds out,
今度こそ
he'll probably
ぶん殴
actually
られ
hit
るか
me
も
this time.
それだけじゃなくて
Not only that,
外野か
but
らもいろい
outsiders
ろ
will
言
say
われ
all
るだろう
kinds of
ね
rotten things about you.
きっと言われるだろうよ
We'll talk about how
姉さん
Misune
は
was
神童
such
と
a
呼ばれるくらい
prodigy,
優秀だった
and yet her little sister is
妹は
nothing
けし
but
か
a
らん
disgrace trying
何様
desperately
の
to
つ
be
もりだって
somebody.
感じで例えば
People
他の
like
生
her
徒の保護
classmates'
者とかさ
parents,
警
and
察と
even the
か
police.
怪我人が出るような
And
危
we'll
ない
talk
ことな
about
ん
how you
だ
need to
これ以
stop
上
because
続
it's
け
too
るなって
dangerous. Because somebody already got hurt.
もしかしたら罵声を浴び
You
せられ
likely
るか
get
もしれ
treated
ない
like trash.
歩いてる
Eggs
時
might
に
come
ママ
flying
卵
when
が
you
飛んで
step
くるかもしれない
outside.
スバル君のお父さん
You
に
might end up
訴え
getting
られる
sued
か
by
もしれないね
Subaru's dad.
賠償金って話
If you
になれ
have
ば
to pay
アキちゃん
damages,
の両親に
you'd cause
迷惑を
financial
かける
problems for your own family.
1号機の失
The
敗の時
Model
は
1 failed.
それで
You
も
still
まだ
had your
仲間がいたけど
friends.
さ協力者だっていたし
You had people
ロボ部
helping
って
you.
まだ存在
And
して
the
た
robotics club still existed.
でも
But it's
今回
different
はわけ
this
が違
time.
う味方なんて誰もいないよ
You have no allies.
JAXA だって降りた
Even
ス
JAXA
ポンサー
pulled
もい
out.
ない
You
学
have
校
no
の後ろ盾
sponsors,
もない
no backing from the school.
教頭から圧力
The
がかか
VP
るだろ
will
うから
likely strong arm
当然蒲
everyone.
田のちゃんと
So
か
people like Old
ドクと
Man,
かその
Kamata,
辺の
Doc,
町工場も
or
協
any of the
力してく
local
れない
workshops won't be able to help.
アキちゃん個人でやって
You
い
don't
くつ
have
も
the
りなら
money to go
お金だっ
to
て
it,
ない
to go it alone. Going it alone.
仮に万博までに
Even
2
if
号機
you
を
manage to
修理で
repair
きたと
Model
して
2 in
もさ
time for the
それを
expo,
アキちゃん一人
could
で
you
東京
transport
まで
it to
運べる
Tokyo
わ
by
け
yourself?
どう考えても
No
無理だ
matter how you look at it,
続けら
it's
れるわけが
impossible.
ない
You can't keep going.
それでも
Despite all of
諦め
that,
ないの
do you still refuse to give up? If I were to hit Akiho with this much negativity under normal circumstances, she'd most likely break. Here, she should at least hesitate, if nothing else. But instead,
諦めたくない
I don't want to give up.
これはうちだ
I
け
know
の
this is just me
自己
being
中心的な
self-centered
わ
and
がままだって
selfish.
分かってる全然空気読め
I
てな
know
い
that
の
I can't read the room at all.
不謹慎に
That I'm
も程
going
があ
way
る
too far while ignoring the consequences.
きっとこん
I
なうち
doubt
の夢
anybody
なん
would
か
ever
に
follow
は
me down
誰
this
もついて
path.
きてくれないよそれでも自分のやりたいこと
But
を
despite that,
強引
I
に
won't
押し
force
通
things
し
to
て
go my
一
way.
人で無茶して
I'll
頑
pull
張って
something crazy on my own.
でも結局できませんで
I
した
might
で終わ
totally
っちゃう
fail
か
in
も
the
しれない
end.
それでも
And even then, Makiho grasped her chest tightly.
うんそれでも
Even then,
前にも言ったで
didn't
し
I
ょ
tell you before?
うちは
I
お
want
姉
to
ちゃん
catch up to Big
追いつ
Sis.
きたいそれが
That's
一
my
番
number
の
one
目標
goal.
なの
全部捨ててでも
You
それを
pursue
目
that
指す
goal,
って
even if it meant throwing everything away.
ここまで来たんだ
I've come this far already.
あと一歩なんだ
I'm
か
just
ら
one step away.
これまでいつだって
I've always been an
うちは
idiot.
バカで
I'm completely
ダメダメで
worthless.
発作持
I
ちで
get these awful
褒められると
seizures.
ころなんて
There's
まるで
nothing
な
to
かった
admire about me at all.
でもね、カイ、
But this dream is the one thing I can never give up
どう
on,
しても
Kai.
譲れないの。絶対に
I
途中で
refuse
終
to
わら
let
せた
things
くない
end
の。
unfinished. For crying out loud. Talk about having a thick head.
なるほどね。
I see.
まったくそ
Man,
の執
your
念が
persistence
恐れ
is
入るわ。
nuts.
でもさ、
But I
俺
have
アキ
zero
ちゃんの
faith
こと
in you,
信用してないんだ
Aki-chan.
よね。
カイ、
Kai,
無理だよ、アキちゃん。
this is impossible.
アキちゃん一人じゃど
You
うに
can't
も
do
なら
it
ない。
yourself.
そこまではっき
You
り
don't
言
need
わ
to be
な
so
いでよ。
blunt about it. I don't know. I think you did.
そりゃ、うちは
Unlike
お
my
姉ちゃんと
sister,
違って
I don't
平
have
凡だし
anything special that
人を
draws
引き
people
つけ
to
る
me.
欲だ
I'm
って
completely
ないよ。
average.
スバルみたいに
I'm
ロ
not
ボッ
good
ト
at
工学に
engineering
優
like
れてるわけで
Subaru.
もないし、フラウボーみたい
You
に
can't
プログラ
program
ム
like
ができるわけ
Frau
で
Bo.
もないし、ジュンみたいに
I
空
can't
手
do
やってた
karate
わけ
like
でもないし、
June.
カイみたいに
I'm not good at kill
キルバラ
battle
が上手なわけ
like
で
you,
もないよ。
Kai.
何の取り柄もないって
I know I have no
分かって
redeeming
るよ。
qualities at all.
それでも
But still,
うちにはう
there are
ちの
things that I
ど
can
う
never
しても
give up
譲れないも
on.
のがあるんだ。誰に嫌われた
I
ってい
don't
い
care
もん。
if people hate
こ
me.
れだけは
I'm
貫
gonna
き通
see
すって
this one
決
thing
めた
through
ん
to
だ
the end.
そんなアキちゃんの決断
And I'm
を
saying I
信
don't
用
have
して
faith
ないって
in
言
that
ってる
decision.
わけ。
はい。
Kai,
ね
how could
ど
you
うして
say
そんなこと
something like that?
これまで散々
Because
毎
you've been
日のよう
dragging
に
me all
俺の
over
こと
the
振り
damn
回しとい
place
て
for
さ、
years now.
この後に及んで
And yet,
相
after
談
all
もな
this
くアキ
time,
ちゃんだけで
you
勝手
still
に決
didn't
められ
think
ちゃ
to
った
come
ら
ask me. You decided everything on your own.
秋のこと
Take care of
よろしく。
Aki for me.
ミサネーと約
As
束し
someone
た
who made
俺
a
の
promise
立場
with
が
me
ないでしょう
today,
か。
I probably have no right to say anything, but
ねえ、カイ
hey,。Kai, why do I have a Discord notification? No, it's in this. It's probably not everybody ping, or not. Okay. It was a reply ping.
カイも
Are
反対
you
なの。
against this?
うちと
Are you not
一緒に
coming
来てくれ
with
ない
me?
の。
I let out a sigh.
それは
Is that a
俺への
request?
頼みと受け取っていいわけ。
Huh? I put the 2 bottles of Skull in my hands on the ground. In their place, I take out my Pokécon from the bag on my waist.
そういうことなら、
If
ア
that's
キ
the
ちゃんさ、
case, Taki-chan,
俺と勝負しない。
fight me.
カイ、
Kai,
勝負だよ、勝負。
one kill ballad
キルバラ
match.
の。それでアキちゃん
And
が
if you somehow
万が
manage to
一に
beat
も
me,
俺に勝てたら、とことん付き合って
I'll
あげる
go
よ。
along with your craziness to the very end.
そんなに
That
嫌なんだ。
against it?
そんなに。
I didn't.
そっか。
Okay. I shouldn't known. I'm sorry. I was expecting too much.
カイだけは
I thought that you'd always be on my side,
どんな時だ
no
って
matter what.
うちの味方でいてくれるって思ってて。本当にご
I'm
めん。
really sorry.
うちの
I was being
思い上がりだった
conceited,
ね。
wasn't I?
能書きはいいから
Enough
さ。
chit chat. I pay her no mind and launch Kill Ballad.
やるのや
Are
ら
we
ないの
doing this or not?
やっても無駄
There's
だ
no
よ。
point.
勝てるわけないもん。
I'll never win.
分かっ
You know that.
そんなこと
You've even said it yourself.
ごちゃごちゃ言わない。
Enough excuses.
俺シンプルなのが好き
I
だ。
like to keep things simple.
だからさ、
So, for just
5
5
分だ
minutes,
け
show me how
ア
serious
キ
you
ちゃん
really
の
are.
本気の全力ってのを見せてよ。
Nakiho bites her lip like she's holding back tears. Despite that, she pulls out her Pokécom.
そう来なくちゃ。
And that's the spirit.
一試合だけだからね。
Just one match.
分かってるよ。
I know. I know all too well. This one match will decide everything. This will determine how me, Akio, and the Robotics Club move forward. I crushed her.
これで満足？
That was weird. I don't think that was supposed to happen. Anyways, are you satisfied now?
ひどいよ。
You're horrible, Kai.
こんなのちょっと
You're
したい
just
じめだ
picking
よ。
on me at this point.
万に一つの奇
I
跡
was kind
っ
of
て
hoping
期
for a
待したんだけど
miracle.
な。もしこの状況でア
If
キ
you
ちゃん
managed
が
to
俺
beat
に
me
勝てた
now,
ら
it'd be
それってす
one
ご
hell
い
of
奇
a
跡でしょ。
miracle, right?
つ
Like a
まり
message from
神様
God.
のおぼし飯ってことになる。それなら続
If
け
you
る価
actually
値も
had
あるか
one,
もって
I
思
would
った
have been
んだ。
more than happy to tag along.
奇跡なんて起きないよ。
Miracles never happen. But we made it snow on Crimbus Eve.
たとえ起きたって
And
勝て
even
る
if
わ
they
けない
did,
し。
I still wouldn't be able to win.
カイのバカ。
You're such a jerk. Just leave me alone. Maybe I was supposed to intentionally lose, but... Well. She's really sobbing.
あ
No, I'm
悪かったよ。
sorry. You have a hunch this is gonna be the bad end? Oh well.
もういいよ。
I don't care. I'm done with you.
カイなんてどうせ
It's not like you've ever done anything to help me anyway.
なかったし。
Wow.
カイがいてもいなくても
It doesn't matter if you're with me or not.
だから
What
ね。
did you change a thing? You're such an idiot.
カイなんて
I hate you, Kai. Oof.
こんにゃ
You big jerk.
なん
This isn't good. Yeah, you don't say. Just completely lost control of her emotions. I'm not gonna be able to get through to her for a while.
アキちゃんさ、
Look at
今日は
you.
もう
Just
帰り
go
な
home
よ。
for today.
事後処理は
It'll be a
めんど
pain
く
in
さい
the
けど俺がやっと
ass,
くから
but I'll handle the cleanup.
カイこそもう帰
No,
って。
you go home,
うちなん
Kai.
かに
It's not like you want to be here with me anyway.
うちは
I
部長として
have a responsibility to see this through to the end.
責任
It's
全
my
うする
duty
義
as
務があるの。
president. Oops. Nagayo then turns her back to me and starts climbing up the fallen model too.
パンツ見えるよ。
I can see your panties.
うるさい。
Shut up! She grasps her knees and crouches down on top of Model 2. Just completely cut me off. There's no point trying to get through to her anymore. It'd just be a waste of time. She told me to go home, so I'll do just that. Her dream ends here. No matter how hard Akihiko struggles alone, there's a limit to what she can accomplish. And I'm sure that someday, this setback will become a fond memory for her. And that she can find a new dream and work toward that. Oopsie daisy. I was supposed to divinely intervene. 3 months have passed since then. Oh yeah, I fucked up. Looking back on it, it feels like an incredibly hectic, busy few months. After graduating from high school, I left Tanegashima and started attending a prep school in Kagoshima. I'm spending a year here. After that, I plan on taking the entrance exam for a university in Tokyo next year. Akio remained on the island. After everything that happened, she did her best to repair Model 2 by herself, but she couldn't make it in time for the expo. She started working part-time at Kamada Motors, so I bet she still hasn't given up on her dream. I applaud her tenacity, I guess. I haven't been in contact with Juno or Subaru since the accident. I heard rumors that Subaru's surgery was a success, though. He's apparently taking some time off school to focus on rehab. Juno's completely shut down since then. She didn't attend her graduation ceremony, and she seems to have refused her job offer at Space Candy. Someday, I hope the deep wounds in her heart will heal. Frau returned to Tokyo last month. She said it was pointless to stay if she couldn't find her mom, and vanished from the hotel before I could even say goodbye. I heard Naya-san also returned to Tokyo. Her work was run related to rockets, so there was nothing left for her there. As always, Sister Centipede haunts my Pokécom. Airi has yet to show herself a single time. This setback will be a fond memory. Her friend getting crushed by her dream robot, the local corner store lady dying in a freak accident, losing one her other friends to the emotional turmoil. That'll be a what memory? Now that I'm thinking of her, I wonder what happened to the Airi that was in cold sleep. Was she able to wake up safely in Tokyo? I've been seeing Misane in the news a lot less as of late. Maybe she's more focused on her position as a test pilot these days. The Kimijima reports were dispersed around the world, and millions of users got their hands on them. It's April now, and there's been no solar storm. No terrorism either, or at least, nothing big enough to make the news. Today, after multiple delays to the schedule, Tanegashima Space Center launched its first rocket in 6 years. The plans to broadcast it live on the internet, but that ended up getting scrapped entirely. In fact, the media didn't even pick it up at all. It was actually fairly unnatural. The black rocket, quite different from the old H-2A models, took off from the launch pad without me there to see it. Nagasaki went to watch though. She posted about it on Twitter, which is how I found out about the launch. I casually glanced to the south, in the direction of Tanegashima. There's a very small dot of light rising to the sky. I know for a fact it's the light of a rocket. The rocket leaves behind a trail of smoke as it flies up into the blue sky. When I was little, I'd watch launches from Ichigo Worka Park with Akiho, Misane, and lots of native spectators. The thunderous roar of the field erupting in flame. The cheers of the spectators. But now, I'm walking along the row of cherry blossom trees lined up on Kagoshima. The rocket is so far away that it's just a speck in the distance. Yet still, just like Misane would do in the past.
Go! Hot dog, go!
I shout out that tiny speck of light. Yep, that was the bad end. Never saw that coming. Whoopsie daisy. It's okay. I think it was the 28th. Oh, no, that's definitely too far back. Okay. Okay, well now we know that the choice is about being fucking God.
やるのやらない
やっても無駄だよ。勝てるわけないもん。分かって。
ごちゃごちゃ言わない。俺シンプルなのが好きだからさ。そう来なくちゃ。
一試合だけだからね。
分かってるよ。
In the moment the match ends, Akiho stares dumbfounded at her Pokecom.
勝負あったね。
Guess that's that. Huh? What?
今、
Did I
う
just
ちが
win?
勝った？
アキちゃ
Yeah,
んの
you
勝
won,
ち。
Aki-chan.
どうやら
Looks like I have to tag
もう
along
しば
with
らく
your
アキちゃん
craziness
に
for
付
just
き
a
合わなくちゃ
little
いけないみ
while
たいだね。
longer.
カイ、ど
Kai,
うして？だ
why?
って今の
Just now, on
What the-
purpose, you...
そんなことよりさ、
More importantly,
Ame-chan
do you have some candy?
飴？
Candy?
いつものアメちゃん。
The usual. Yeah. Yeah, I do. Akiho takes out a piece of space candy from her skirt pocket.
一個だけ。
Just one.
ありがとう。
Thanks.
I'll
I'll pay you back later. When I go to take it, Akiho holds my hand with the candy. She then leaps into my chest.
ねえ、カイ、
Hey, Kai,
本当に
are you really going to stay by my side?
うちの夢に
You'll see my dream through to the end,
付き合ってく
together
れる
with me? No, what else would phase 12 be? I mean,
あ
yeah,
付き合う
that's the plan. And that's the promise I made. I gently embraced her trembling shoulders. All the tension leaves Akiho's formerly stiff body, as though she's finally found some relief.
だから
So,
そろそろ
it's about time for you to cheer up.
いいよ。アキちゃん、
You told me before that you have no redeeming qualities,
無駄に前向きで
but being
明るいのは
ridiculously optimistic and stupidly cheerful qualify as far as I'm concerned.
それでいくらでも俺を
So,
振り回
use
す
that
んだよ。
attitude of yours to drag me all over the place. Okay. Akiho nods and slowly pulls away from me. She wipes her tears and smiles bashfully.
また
Almost like it's just the two of us all over again.
どっちにしろ
No, either
万
way.
博には
We're
俺
always
だけぐら
gonna
いし
be
か
the
行けそう
only
になか
ones
っ
who
たんだ
could
から
go to the
あんまり変わ
expo,
らないさ。
so nothing's changed.
そう
Yeah.
かも。
I guess you're right. I hear a truck horn blaring in the distance. A crane vehicle drives onto the airport apron. Are they here to disassemble the robots? They're here a lot sooner than scheduled. Michiu is supposed to be around for this, but is nowhere to be found. The truck stops in front of the hangar. But an unexpected person hops out of the driver's seat.
Yo!
Yo. Doc. Good grief. You brats need to get a room. Ugh, he saw us. I'm so embarrassed that I feel like my face could catch on fire. Makio must feel the same way, considering she's silent, bright red. Looks like she's about to die from embarrassment. More importantly, are you here to disassemble our robot stock? Yup, that's the order from up top.
その仕事受けたわ
And you said yes?
ケチくさい仕事だ
The
から
pay ain't great.
京
Old
都
Hag
のババア
VP
が
was a
どうして
real
もって
pain to
しつ
deal
こくて
with.
な
You can't.
だがよ
But after accepting the gig, I changed my mind. Doug's face wrinkles up as he bends his lips. Is that a smile? Be nice now,
俺
Kai.
の趣味で
I figured I'd try fixing that robot over there.
直してみようと
You
思
know,
うんだよ
as part of my hobby. What a coincidence, we were thinking the same thing. Huh?
どうだ
So, what do you say to helping this old man with his little pet projects? Hmm. What a sly old coot. This was probably his plan since the beginning. But we don't have the money to hire you, Doc. Buddy, Akiho, where did you put your listening ears? You moron. This is why he's only ragging on you, Robotics Club. Why am I getting yelled at?
こういうのはな
This ain't about money in the slightest.
何が大事かわかるか
Do you understand what's important? Answer me, Robotics Club. The dream.
おお
Yeah, you got that right. That's the opposite of what you said before. We're super greedy.
言ってることが違う
Opposite? Well,
当
duh.
然だろう俺はな
My personal motto is that if I'm into a gig, I'll see it through to the end, even if it doesn't pay.
プロ失格ではあ
Guess
る
that makes me a lousy professional.
ドクってロック
You rock, Doc.
わかるか
I'm glad someone gets it.
でやる
So,
のか
you doing this or
やら
not?
ねえのか
He glances up the side of Akiho's face. There's no point in even asking. Akiho nods her head as powerfully as possible. I'll do it.
おお
Hell yeah. Good answer.
そこの付き添い
And you,
お
Escort,
前は
what's your
どうす
plan?
んだ
Still calling me that, huh?
俺は
We've been Aki-chan's escort for a while now. I see no reason to stop now.
アキちゃんがやるなら
She's doing
付き添うだ
something.
けさ
I'll be right there by her side. Not very honest, are we? He punches my upper arm with his bony fist. Yo, guys! Ah, it's Michi. What are you doing? Don't be deciding things without me around.
ミッチー遅い
You're late, Michi. Our advisor comes jogging over to us. Ooh. Hey, you didn't start hashing it out without me, did ya?
話したよ
You did.
何
What?
こういう時
Come
は
on,
子供は
people.
手伝うんじゃな
Really?
いこっちの立場ってもんがある
Did you
んだ
guys
ぞ
forget who's supposed to be advising around here?
悪いけどミッチー
Sorry, Michi.
うちらは
I can't
諦
give
め
up.
ないから
あ
Huh?
何言ってんだ
What are you talking about?
うちとカイト
Me, Kai, and Doc. We're gonna fix up Model 2 again.
2を直すのそれで万
And
博に出
we're
るよ
gonna enter the expo.
そう決めたの
And that's final.
諦めな光彦
Give it up, Mitsuhiko.
ロボ部の頑固さは
You know the Robotics Club's stubbornness rivals even Misaki's. Michi looks up at the sky with an exasperated expression on his face.
なんだ
The heck?
じゃあ
Huh.
先生
Guess I was all
取
worried
り越し
over
だ
nothing. What? What's Michi on about?
ミッチー
Michi?
道具いくら必要なんだ
How
よ
much do you need?
おい人を何だと思
Yo,
ってやが
who
る
do you think I am?
金でし
You
か
think I'm
動け
just
ない
some
と思
greedy
ったら
bastard who only works for
大間違い
cash?
だぞ
You're sorely mistaken.
昔はがめつかったろうが
No, you sure were a real miser way back in the day. This is the same back and forth that Akiho had earlier.
まさか道具ただで修
You
理する気
telling
だ
me you plan on fixing up stuff for free?
金は取らねえよ
I ain't taking your money.
実は
This is the dream, got it?
問題だからな
それにしたって
Still, it's gonna cost a pretty penny to get the big guy all the way to Tokyo.
東京でのホテル代なんか
Plus, we got the hotel cost to think of too.
その辺は
I didn't even think of that. It's okay, just sell the monopoles. You got a bunch of them. Good grief.
俺
Here. Michi reaches into his track pocket and pulls out something. It's a bundle of 10,000 yen bills. Damn. Ballin'.
お金だ
Money. I thought you were broke for real.
ちょっとミッチ
Whoa, don't tell me this is dirty money, Michi. Oh, come on. What kind of person do you think I am? I can answer that with not very nice words, so I'm gonna stay quiet.
学校から取り
I
返し
just
てきたん
got
だ
this
よ
back from the school. Oh yeah, the Robo 1 money.
取り返してきた
What do you mean?
どういうこと
The Robo 1 money. Here's a pro tip.
こいつは正
This
確
is
には
actually your
お
cash.
前らの金だ忘れたのか
Did you forget? You won second place at Robo 1 last year. Ah. Oh wow, I completely forgot that 1 million yen we got as prize money was taken by the school in order to be used for next year's funds.
ロボ部はもう消滅し
Now
た
that
ん
the
だよ
Robotics Club is
お前らに
gone,
返さ
I
なきゃ
gotta give
まず
this
いだろ
money back to you.
もしかして
Wait,
ミッチ
Michi,
ーも万博出
have
店
you
を諦
also
め
not
た
given up on going to the expo?
もう
Correcto
お
mundo.
前らを説得
But
す
I
る
don't
手
have
が
to
省
go
けて
through
よ
the
かった
hassle
ぜ
of convincing you kids not to throw in the towel.
教頭にバレたら
And if this gets out, you could lose your job.
そん時はそん時だ
I'll cross that bridge when I get to it.
ちょうど
Plus,
東京観
I
光
was just
をしたい
thinking
と
about
思ってた
taking a
とこ
trip
ろなん
to
だよ
Tokyo.
ほら
That's a tip.
ダメな
Just a tip, not a pro tip. How is that a tip?
でこ
So, what are you gonna do with the cash? Should I give it to Doc as part of your funds? Yeah,
お願い
please
し
do,
ます
Sensei.
そんなわけだ。
There you have
頼
it.
むぜ。
Take care of it, Doc. Michi hands the bundle of bills to Doc.
任せな。
Leave it to me.
金で
I'll use this money to get that clumsy robot to
東京まで
Tokyo.
運んでやるよ。
Would you look at that? A delinquent old geezer and a delinquent teacher. Can't say I saw this coming. Then Kaido, you are blind.
さあ、これから忙しくなるぞ。
Anyway, things are gonna get busy.
時間はほとん
We
ど
rarely
ねえ
have
ん
any
だから
time
な。
left. Barely, I can read.
付き添い。
Hey,
お前も今度はちゃ
escort.
んと手伝
I'm
え
gonna
よ。
be helping this time.
え
Come on, I'm just the escort. I'll operate it, but I didn't sign up for anything else.
軟弱なこと言ってんじゃね
Quit
え
your blubbering. Now, could you not yell at me, please? Yeah, my throat's tired. Ah, I'm so fired up. The flames are burning brighter and hotter than ever.
あの人もこう
That person once said. Nakiho suddenly climbs up onto Model 2, because that's how you help a robot that is broken. She then looks at the three of her manservants. Okay.
戦士は生きている
Warriors are destined to fight as long as they live.
あきちゃん。
Nagi-chan, we can see your panties.
疾風怒涛
Storm and surge, blast of spirit, gun barrel, yeah. She's not listening. Well, whatever. I'm glad she's got it back some of her usual energy. We've got less than a month before we land in Tokyo for the expo. I'm gonna see Mizune this time, no matter what. There's a whole laundry list of things we need to talk about. Oh, and then there's Phase 10. Nothing prepared me for Phase 10. But we're not doing that right now. Fuck that shit, we're out. We finished Phase 9, huh? So those of you who had said yes, I would complete the phase, you were correct. I was one of those people though, so I had an unfair advantage. But hey, everyone wins because everyone that answered said that they wanted me to finish Phase 9. So we finished Phase 9, and I guess we're doing Phase 10 next week. I don't remember if there's a Phase 11. I know for a fact there's a Phase 12. I'll look into this real quick. Wrong keyboard. I don't care about the guy, I just need to know about how much phases are there. This one? Yeah. Phase 6, 7, 8, 9. Bad ending. 10. Okay, there's also a Phase 11. Oh, but the Phase 11 is stupid short. Yeah, Phase 11 is just 56 minutes for the one video, one video 56 minutes, so that's gonna be easy. We might be able to slap that into Phase 10. Well, maybe not, because Phase 10 is like 3-ish hours. Yeah, okay, maybe not Phase 10. This is with auto, by the way, so it would take longer. And then there's, of course, Phase 12. Okay, so we're not quite as close to done as I thought, because I didn't realize there's going to be Phase 10 and 11, because it makes sense that there is, since there's a Phase 12, but since when the fuck was it 1 in the morning? As of 19 minutes ago. Anyways, that's next time problem. And that was the wrong thing I wanted to do. I wanted to leave. Let's get out of here. Title menu. Yes. Did we not technically get the Akiho ending now that I think about it? Yeah, okay, no, not yet. I wonder if that won't be until after Phase 11? It might not be. Because the little thing that I was like looking at what phases there are, Phase 12 is in fact the true ending, so... It'll be interesting to see what happens next. I will figure things out. Hang on. Let me get the iPad here. Hello. Give me my hotkeys. Not the hiccups. There we go. This is what I wanted. Give me my BGM. Thank you. Anyways, so I have like literally no notes about the next 2 phases. I only have notes about phase 12. So shrugs. I don't really know what to expect because I don't have any like guide stuff that I have to do. So it will be interesting to see the happenings. I might have a thought again eventually one of these days. Thoughts in my area? Maybe don't take that out of context, that sounds wrong. Anyways, hi Peachy, I'm glad you're still alive. Man, I really got nothing in my fucking head. I'm glad how that phase wrapped itself up. I'm really not sure what will happen next time, though. Like, I don't have a single clue in my hand. There's nothing in here, it's just emptiness and monopoles. Thoughts in your area? It's more likely than you think. Click here to totally not download a keylogger. Oh boy. I was originally thinking like, oh yeah, depending on like how Zero Escape goes, like we might be able to finish like VLR the same week we finish Robotics Notes, but now I'm a little less sure because there's 3 whole phases. High ad break. It's okay, I can blab for like 2 more minutes. My estimate of 2 to 4 more weeks isn't wrong. So it could be in the 4-week range from last week. Finger guns. Since phase 11 seems to be really short, I'm not sure about doing it on its own. I probably will for the sake of videos though. Yeah. We're also almost done with Zero Escape. We'll see how far we get tomorrow. Because there's a lot of, like, unlocks and stuff and things and getting more information from other endings. We still can't quite go back to the Luna ending, the first ending that we started getting on, because we only have the password for the login, not the, user ID. I'm tired. I'm really tired. Maybe I shouldn't have done a whole phase in one go again. I might do it again next week, though. It's quite likely, actually. Because I'm normal. Totes. Me when I lie. I'm just looking at Discord things because I can. Okay, cool. The ad break is over. If you guys have any thoughts you'd like to share of what you expect to happen next time, or any thoughts about what happened this time, especially since you got hit hard on the feels, do feel free to do so in the Discord. The Discord is there for game series emotional support. Otherwise, seek professional help. Not hit as hard as super. Okay, listen here. Oh god. Awful. Since Dai is doing a long stream, I think I'm probably gonna raid Dai. Dai is out here doing keebs, the usual. Yeah, I don't have anything else to offer. I will catch you all next time, be it tomorrow or next week, for more robotics notes, whenever you are available to join me again. Finger guns into oblivion.